Good morning, my friends. It's a beautiful day for justice today, isn't it? Such a beautiful day. Thank you so much for coming to spend your Wednesday, June 12th with me as we enter day 23 in the upside down world of the Karen Reed trial. Feels like a lot longer than that, doesn't it? That was a lot on Monday. It was good to have a day off. That Proctor testimony was a lot, and he's back on the stand this morning. Court TV has their feed scheduled a little bit earlier today, so I'm not sure why, but I have it up so that we are ready for it. Proctor's back on the stand this morning. And I don't see how anyone can defend the misogynistic, vile, disgusting text messages that we heard him read on Monday. Can you? Can you believe that there are people out there defending this nonsense? It's revolting. This is the lead investigator who's now been demoted to just a case investigator in the murder of a Boston police officer. And by 2:30 p.m., he made up his mind that Officer John O'Keefe was murdered by Karen Reed and her vehicle, because by 2:30 p.m. on January 29th of 2022, he called Dighton Police Station for a tow. And remember, if you look at his testimony, he claims that he got a call at 6:48 a.m. from Yuri Buchanan. And at this point, he had only been in the homicide unit for about 2 years, a little over 2 years. He said that Yuri Buchanan called him at 6:48 a.m. regarding a male party discovered in the snow as a possible medical situation. A medical situation at 6:48 a.m. First of all, Officer John O'Keefe had not been pronounced dead yet. So why is Massachusetts State Police getting involved and Yuri Buchanan? Then he called Lank, who told him that the individual had been transported to the hospital. No mention that the individual is a Boston police officer. Then Proctor called firefighter Anthony Flamati, who we saw testify very, very early on in this trial. And Flamati told him that John O'Keefe had some injuries to his arm, his eyes, a cut to his nose, and a 10% chance of survival. And because he calls Yuri, he calls Yuri Buchanan and told him that he thinks it's more than a medical situation because now there's a 10% chance of survival. And then he told us that the police vehicles that they use at the Massachusetts State Police are Ford Fusions and Chevy Malibus. So they got special permission, special dispensation to use their personal vehicles that day with four-wheel drive. So they used Yuri Buchanan's pickup truck to do all of their goings on that day. And he said that he was with Yuri Buchanan for the entire day, from the time they met at Canton PD around 10 a.m. until something like 6 or 7 p.m. after they went and dropped off this conclusive evidence that Karen Reed had murdered, or at least struck, John O'Keefe with her car. And this conclusive evidence, he claims, he was asked by Lally, which I thought was interesting, where were you at 8:22 a.m.? At 8:22 a.m., where were you? And I'm not sure why 8:22 is going to come in, because we didn't hear about it yet, because Lally's all over the place with his questioning, as you know. He said that at 8:22 a.m., he was still home. He still hadn't cleared his driveway yet. And he didn't arrive at the Canton PD until about 10 a.m., where he met Yuri Buchanan. They had a conversation with Sergeant Good at Canton PD. And Sergeant Good told them that he had identified Carrie Roberts, Jen McCabe, and Karen Reed as people at the scene. And Then he goes, the first thing that he and Yuri decide to do, the first thing they do, they get to Canton PD at 10 a.m. The first thing they do is go to Jen McCabe's house. That's the first thing they do. So they go to Jen McCabe's house, and he doesn't say what time, but according to the statements that I know we read together, were around 11 a.m. Around 11 a.m., he goes to Jen McCabe's, and he interviews Jen McCabe, Matt McCabe, and Brian Albert, who just happens to be there. The homeowner at 34 Fairview happens to be at Jen McCabe's house. He claims he interviews all of them individually as if now, he's a procedural guy and he's doing everything by the book in this case. And then the next thing that they do is go to Good Samaritan Hospital. But he says they don't get there until about 1 o'clock in the afternoon. I don't know how far it is from where the McCabes lived in Canton to Brockton to where Good Samaritan Hospital is, but I don't think it's very far. And so they get to Good Samaritan around 1 p.m. And he says he observed Officer John O'Keefe's body, and he noticed, and I wrote all of this down because I don't want to misquote his testimony, abrasions to his forearm and upper arm, about 6 to 8 linear abrasions. He said he noticed that both of his eyes were black and blue, that he had a cut on his right nostril and a small cut above his left eye, and that he did notice some blood on the back of his head, but he wasn't sure if there was an injury to the back of his head. And then he said he saw his clothes piled in the corner, and he noticed that there was only one sneaker. And he said he knew that he must have been hit by a car because he only had one sneaker with him in the hospital. When asked how many pedestrian cases he had handled, how many pedestrian knockdown cases or pedestrian versus motor vehicle accidents he had handled in his career, he said, maybe 3 or 4. So he was convinced, based on the fact that there was one sneaker, because there was no other evidence. Remember, Canton PD, in their brilliant search that morning, had only uncovered part of a drinking glass, a clear drinking glass, after they used their leaf blower to blow some top layers of snow away to look for evidence. And they had recovered 6 drops of blood in red Solo cups, put them in a Stop and Shop bag, never tested them. Never tested them. But when the forensic tech did test them, she took only one sample from one cup because she assumed they were all from the same person or the same. It's insane. It is insane. And based on that, and because the shirt, the right arm, the right sleeve had some, what did he call them? Cuts to it. Some cuts on the right sleeve, which we've looked at and look clearly like puncture wounds, perhaps from a bite of some kind of animal. But remember, he had talked to Jen McCabe already at this point, and Matt McCabe and Brian Albert. And Jen McCabe told him during that interview, which we only learned through text messages between Michael Proctor and his sister later that day, that Michael Proctor told his sister, I found a frozen on a lawn today. Actually just interviewed Jen McCabe. She says she knows you. So right away, my friends, the bug was in his ear. Jen McCabe saying, I know your sister. I know your sister. Based on that, Proctor called for a tow to seize Karen's car by 2:30 p.m. And it only gets worse from there. But if you haven't seen this, the fan is up in the courtroom. So let me show this to you. This is the cover of the Boston Herald today. If you haven't seen it, take a look at this. Picture of, I guess, is that an AI version of Proctor? And it says, we want you, like that old Uncle Sam picture, to degrade women. Misogyny fits right in at the state police. Followed by an article by Howie Carr. I'm not really sure who Howie Carr is. Is he a local reporter? Is he a local columnist? I'm not sure. But it's an interesting article. Maybe we'll take a look at it later because the fan is up. But let me just show you a brief presentation of that article. It's very interesting. Male chauvinists welcome at MSP. Oh, he's a local radio host, Howie Carr. Misogyny, Don Cobb coming in with the puns immediately. Howie Carr. Wildflowers 347 says Howie's a Boston writer who went after Whitey Bulger hard. Interesting. And just to read at least, the first paragraph of this article. Could you use a good job at a good wage? Have you ever considered signing up for the Massachusetts State Police? The troopers are looking for a few good male chauvinist pigs. If you think you despise women enough, give the MSP a call. The state police are not for everyone. If your IQ is above 90, forget about it. You won't fit in. But if you move your lips when you read and you're an embittered, low-rent townie from some wretched backwater burg, you may soon be wearing a Smokey the Bear hat and stealing hot stoves with the best of them, and then coming back for the smoke. And it goes on from there. Wow. Just wow. I don't know a lot about this publication, so you can tell me what the Boston Herald is like if you live there. Oh, he went at him, all right. I'll leave it up so you can, if you want to look at it later, you can enlarge it and read it yourself. And that's that for your morning entertainment so far. I wonder if the fan is up so early today. What time is it? Well, it's 8:53. All right, so we will get ready. But how is everyone this morning? How is everyone? I don't know if we're doing voir dire today. My understanding is that we're doing Proctor's back on the stand this morning for some more cross-examination by Alan Jackson. And that's always interesting. I just can't believe that we're still sitting here. That this case is somehow going forward. That finally people are paying attention. The world is watching. As you know, the world is watching. Tell us where in the world you're watching from, my friends. Thank you on top for your super sticker so early. Thank you so much. And Colleen St. Ange, thank you so much for coming in with a 20 so early in the morning. And I'm just a girl in the world. Thank you for coming in with a 20. You guys are super generous today. Thank you. This is a travesty of justice in my mind. This is horrific. Sydney, Australia, Singapore. Serena is watching from Singapore. Adela from Romania. Queensland, Australia. Kez Chick 56. Nice. South Boston in the house. Phoenix. LB, it's almost 11 p.m. Where are you? We have Maine in the house. Australia. Mozzie's here from Australia. Ithwar from Copenhagen. The world is watching, my friends. The world is watching, and the world is looking at our judicial system like, what is going on over there, my friends in the U.S.? What is going on? Jackie Zidell, Toronto. Beate from Norway, good morning. Or good afternoon, I guess, if you're in Norway. Yeah, hit the like button, please. 4,000. We got over 4,100 people in here so early in the morning. And we need some more likes because it pushes the stream out, gets the algorithm moving. Blee Lee says it's the anti-globe liberal rag, what, the Boston Herald that we just looked at? Antonio is from Boston, Wisconsin. We have Ohio in the house. Zimmy from the bus stop is tuning in from Germany. Good morning. Lincoln, Nebraska. Everybody's here today. Evergreen, Colorado. Vanny Annie, I'm a buff. Let's go Buffs. Love Colorado. I miss it so much. Scorpio Moon, good morning. Thank you. Scorpio Moon says to Melanie from one of your cupcakes. San F became a new member. Welcome. 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 We have a lot of fun here. We try and keep it as light as possible. Comedic comments are welcome. Snark is welcome. It's like the snark tank over here when Mark Betterow and I did the live stream the other day. I recorded a show with Collier Landry last night. If you're not familiar with him, be on the lookout for it. It was on Karen Reed. So we recorded it last night and he releases his stuff. Some of it is live, some of it is Memorex. For those of you who remember that commercial, is it live or is it Memorex? Good morning, Jennifer from Scotland. Did you guys see I pinned the playlist that you guys made in the chat? So it's there. It's on Spotify. So if you click on it, you will have the Karen Reed trial playlist that you have all been adding to on a daily basis. Spain is in the house. Jack's out of the box. Good morning. Quincy. The Jersey Shore. The Jersey Shore. Scotland in the house. Wow, everybody. You guys are from everywhere. Thanks for becoming a new member, Jag. Good morning. What kind of mood do you think the judge is going to be in this morning? Richard from England in the UK. Good morning, Richard. Rainy Minnesota. It's nice and sunny here today on the East Coast. Collier is on YouTube. Collier is on the YouTube. Collier Landry. Very interesting backstory on Collier Landry. And it's public and he talks about it all the time. And that's why he started his channel. When he was 11 years old, his father brutally took the life of his mother. And he was the star witness at the trial that convicted his father. And he's got a tragic story. And he has a very special, I think, perspective on a lot of these cases because of that. Snowcat Tish, is it live or is it Memorex? Back when cassettes were a thing. Yep. Yep. I may, I don't know. I feel like I'm a little out of sync. And I don't know why this happens, but sometimes it's better to switch over to Wi-Fi. So I'm going to quickly switch over to Wi-Fi and see if it's better. So just hang on. If I go away, I'll be right back. All right, we'll see if that's a little better. If not, I can put it back to the Ethernet, but StreamYard is wacky lately. YouTube is wacky lately. Last night, my YouTube wouldn't load. It was all buffering. But now I feel like it's worse. So, all right, I'm going back to Ethernet. It is what it is, you guys. People say that in the comments all the time. They're like, your mouth doesn't match your audio. And I'm plugged into an Ethernet. I have a really expensive mic. I have all the equipment. I don't know. If it's StreamYard, if it's YouTube, the world is watching. It is. It's like a mixtape, this playlist. You guys have been working hard on it. Really, that's interesting, Mindy. YouTube is not showing any of the channels covering this with the red dot that they are alive. Some of those red dots are like not even real. Like it looks like people are live and then they're not live. I don't even know. I don't know. That's right. It's not me. It's them. Collier Landry rocks, says Michelle. Hello from Ensenada. Hello to Ensenada, Mexico. He does rock. He's a really, really, really nice guy. This is interesting. Al H says, I live like 3 minutes from 34 Fairview. Everyone's coming to see the house. They just put in speed bumps in front of the house. Really? All the grief tourists are coming. Apparently the new owners of 34 Fairview were not advised that this was the scene of a murder when they bought the house, and they're not happy about it. They're not happy about people creeping up onto their side porch there to take photos and then creeping away like the Pink Panther. If you know, you know. And Brian's like, misogyny is the best comment so far. We love your comments. We love your comments. You're great today. Beautiful as always. Brooklyn, New York. Yeah, shout out to Brooklyn. I was born in Brooklyn. Canterbury Tales, one of my favorite names from this trial. My other one is Life 360 for the Win, is another viewer here. Canterbury Tales says, greetings from Canton, Mass. 02021. Question. Do you think this will be Lally's last appearance as an attorney? I think his next trial will be as a defendant. I don't know that Lally's done anything criminal. I don't know. Listen, when you're an ADA, oftentimes you're assigned cases and that's it. You're an employee. You don't have a whole lot of latitude on what you do, what cases you're assigned. Could he walk away from a case like this if he felt strongly that he did not believe in this case? Sure, if he wanted to quit his job or risk being fired, but he's a cog in the wheel. So that's unfortunate because cases like this can make or break careers. Remember the OJ case. Remember Marsha Clark. I mean, what happened after that case to Marsha Clark and to some of the other attorneys? And then some other attorneys, skyrocket to fame because of trials. So it can make or break a career. And in a state like Massachusetts, where there are cameras in the courtroom, there are no cameras in the courtroom in New York. So we do not see any trials here. So all of these trials that you've seen recently, high profile ones, have not been televised. Ghislaine Maxwell and many others. The guy from Nexium, what was his name? Forget that guy's name already. That creep. Keith Rainier. Good morning, Suzanne. People have been trying to recreate 24 miles an hour in 60 feet in front of 34 Fairview. Just like random people are going there and trying that. I would not try that at home, folks. I would not recommend that. Don't do that. Don't do that. Leave those poor new owners alone. I feel bad. I feel bad for them. Laura, good morning. Thanks for your super sticker. Shout out Crime Vlog. Shout Crime Vlog in London, UK. Good morning, Crime Vlog Weekly. Good morning. Thanks for tuning in. Cricket Crafts and Crime. Thanks for the 2. Glad to be here live from Illinois. We are glad to have you. So glad to have you. I'm just a girl in the world. Thank you. Watching from a town uncomfortably close to Canton. How do you feel right now as a woman living in Massachusetts, knowing that the Massachusetts State Police talk about criminal defendants the way they do on their personal cell phones to each other in group texts? How do you feel about that? This was Proctor's personal cell phone. And the only reason that these messages came to light was because of the federal investigation. So these were materials that were turned over via the TUI process, which we went over at length. And if you look at my Karen Reed playlist, there's one show that I remember, and the thumbnail says something like Feds turn over 3,074 pages of documents. And they turned over the materials to the Commonwealth and the defense at the same time. And at the time that hearing was held, I think they had only had the documents for maybe 2 days. And Ms. McLaughlin, or McLaughlin, depending on where you live, Adam Lally's co-counsel, who has barely said anything this entire trial, got up and said to the court, Your Honor, I have been through all of this material, and something like 90 to 95% of it is in line with the Commonwealth's theory of the case. Well, first of all, how she went through 3,074 pages in such a short period of time with a fine-tooth comb escapes me, but kind of thinking these text messages might point in a different direction toward bias. I mean, why is he calling her the same day, January 29th, to his buddies from first grade and junior high, the C word, a whack job, a nutbag, disclosing derogatory comments to them about her medical conditions that involve Crohn's disease? It was revolting. And how did he even know that about her medical issues? How did he know that? The hospital wouldn't have told him. Who told him that? How is he making these comments that same day about Karen Reed's confidential medical conditions to his buddies? It was revolting. I mean, Jen McCabe, who else did he speak to that day? The only people that he spoke to were Sergeant Good, who probably knew nothing about Karen's medical conditions, Jen McCabe, who knows that Karen Reed has MS because she said that's why they became friends, because they both have MS. And by the way, I want to hear from those of you in the chat who have MS. And I know I have a lot of chronic pain viewers in here from the Maya trial. A lot of you have, unfortunately, have chronic disorders. But somebody wrote me a very long email. And she said, I am outraged because I have MS and I've been suffering with MS for years and years and years and years. And when Jen McCabe testified on the stand that her hands froze up because she has MS while she was making that Google search, and that's the reason that she misspelled that Google search because her hands were frozen because she had MS. This woman said to me, that has never happened to my hands ever as a symptom of MS. So I'd like to hear from you guys on that. And this viewer was horrified that Jen McCabe would get on the stand and say something like that and use her disease as an excuse for something like that. Poe says, as someone with MS, I don't believe anything McCabe has said about it. Interesting. Spicy Sour, maybe when she was arrested, they go through a strip search. I mean, let's just say, well, but she hadn't been arrested on the 29th. She was not arrested until February 1st. So he's having this banter with his buddies the same night. El Rose says, that's my question too, Melanie. Gossip from the Canton Wives Club or some specialists and medical information via emails, but the same day? And here's another thing I can't get past. All right, now they're claiming there's missing, he said on the stand, there's missing ring video from when Karen and Kerry and Jen McCabe look at Karen's taillight in the driveway at One Meadows. Well, that's not what Kerry Roberts testified to. Kerry Roberts testified they looked at the damage to Karen's taillight in Jen McCabe's driveway. Where's that ring camera video? And Kerry Roberts said there was a little black hole and a little piece missing from the taillight, and it was cracked. And that is the same thing that Dighton police officer Nicholas Barros testified to on the stand on Monday. So how do you get past that? That it goes from two witnesses who saw this vehicle and described the damage, Kerry Roberts, an independent, not tied to anybody else in this case, police officer from Dighton, who described the same amount of a cracked taillight with a small piece missing. Kerry even said it was like a little black hole, to a completely smashed taillight with something like 47 pieces, 74. I can't even keep track of how many pieces there are to this taillight. But when they showed Proctor on the stand a picture of the taillight with almost all of the red missing from that giant portion in the back, he said that's what it looked like when he saw it in the driveway. What? I'm leaving this trial with more questions than I had coming in. More questions than I had coming in. It's insane. You feel unsafe? Am Swan feels unsafe. Hi, Michael. Internal Affairs knows what these low-life cops did. How is it possible they have a job there 2 years later? I don't know. He's still employed. He's still employed because, he's maybe the lead investigator on the Brian Walsh case, or now he's the case investigator, which he tried to describe as being just a facilitator, like a guy who organizes interviews. And he's just, it's collaborative. Everybody does everything, but, that's all I do. I just coordinate, facilitate, trying to distance himself. Steve, Proctor probably found her medical information out that night via text from her phone if she had a text conversation about her medical information with family or friends. He claims, because I rewatched this morning, that evening he turned in Karen Reed's cell phone and John O'Keefe's cell phone to the secure evidence room at the barracks. That it's, you have to have a key card to get in, and nobody can get in there. And he put it in the evidence holding room or something. So he claims he didn't have her phone that night. He claims he turned it in. So I don't know. I think somebody told him that day, somebody that he spoke to. And the only witnesses he says that he spoke to, aside from Karen, was Jen McCabe, Matt McCabe, and Brian Albert. Angela says the fact that he was texting two supervisors the vile things is worse than just his friends. It makes bad character worse, in my opinion. Well, today we're going to hear even more because we heard it in the opening. We heard it in Yanetti's opening when he said, "Wait for us." We're going to hear messages that Michael Proctor told somebody, I'm not sure who, maybe a group text, because he seems to be fond of group texts, that he wishes that Karen Reed would take her own life. And I want to know when in time that was, but it's coming. Okay, sound is up. Well, it was for a second anyway. Good morning, Ciao Franco Cimino from Napoli. Sad state of affairs and repugnant spectacles, USA. Thank you, Franco. Solo cup evidence. I'm ready. Can I get a witness? It's on the playlist. If you saw the playlist, it's pinned in the chat. It's on Spotify. There's all of the suggestions that you folks have made during this trial. Put it together. And it's the soundtrack. It's the mixtape of this trial that you should listen to in your car. It's about at least 4 hours of music. Thanks, Joanne, for your super sticker. Christine D says it doesn't upset me as much as health shaming. The R word, right? Called her that. The C word, which to me is the most vile thing that you can say to a woman. I think, in my opinion, the C word is the most horrible thing that you could call a woman. And I know in Europe and in other parts of the world, it's just a regular, it's not a derogatory term so much as it is here in the US. It's vile. It is something reserved for only the most horrific of situations, in my opinion. Kathy, thank you so much for your $20 super sticker. Thank you, Kathy. I appreciate your support. Lizzie Dalton, good morning. Thanks for the 10. Exactly, Melanie. How did he know her medical information? I have Crohn's and also my sister. We are outraged. It's repulsive, Lizzie. It's repulsive. The things that he said. Leaking poo. Really? This is funny? This, to him, as an independent, unbiased investigator, this is just another day at work. This should be just another day at work. Why is he talking about his hatred for attorney David Yannetti? What is it that he has against David Yannetti? Did he come across him in another case? I need to know, because this was so personal and so vitriolic. It just didn't make sense to me that if you were an unbiased investigator who had no skin in this game, why you would be saying those things the same day of this incident before an arrest. You made up your mind, he said. There was compelling evidence right away before any pieces of taillight were found. Remember, he called for that tow before the first pieces of taillight started revealing themselves. At what time, we don't even know, because I don't know that the time was documented, but we do know that the CERT team didn't arrive or wasn't fully assembled until 5:41 p.m. at 34 Fairview, and that the crime scene had been unsecured all day. And I'm quite frankly not even clear on whether any of those initial pieces found on 129 were ever assembled into the final assembly with scotch tape of that taillight housing. I'm not sure. Thank you, Bernie says, love you. You make a difference, Melanie. Thank you, Bernie. You're very sweet. Courtney Davenport, good morning. As someone who's about to have my bladder removed and wear a urostoma bag, I'd be outraged that he's talking about this. I'd feel violated also. I'm so sorry, Courtney, that you're going through this. And we wish you all of the healthy vibes and healing vibes and good vibes and I'm sorry that you have to go through that, but you're outraged. It is a violation, and we are all collectively outraged, I think, on Karen's behalf. And to think that with all of her chronic conditions that she has, and I think it was brought out that she had something like, I don't know how many surgeries on her colon. I think at one point her entire colon was removed when she was in her 20s. All of these conditions that she has, Crohn's, MS, are all affected by stress, and they can come in and out of remission based on your stress level. And this has been going on for over 2 years. And if she didn't have $100,000 to post bail in this case, she'd still be sitting in a jail cell. Hi, Laura. Good morning. Laura says, I had to take a day off at work to watch Proctor today with you. I love your commentary, Melanie. Thank you. Thank you so much, Laura. And thank you for the 5. Rescue puppy. Thanks for coming in with the super sticker so early. Jenny, did you read Proctor's wife's?
You are unmuted.
No, I did not. I didn't read it. I didn't see it. Unless someone sent it to me. Here we go.
Hey. All persons have any business before the Honorable Beverly Canoni, Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court in and for the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, and shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now open. You may be seated.
God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. It's my favorite part of the day.
22117, the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed.
Great. Good morning, counsel. Good morning, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors. So, a few things. First of all, let me ask you those 3 questions, please. Were you all able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone suspected of it? Everyone said yes and nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Yes. Everyone said yes and nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left here the other day? Everyone said no. So by now you know one of your jurors is no longer able to participate in this case.
Oh, they lost a juror.
It's my job to tell you that it's personal to that juror. It has nothing to do whatsoever with this case, and you're not to consider that. And there's one instruction I need to give you. You'll remember that when digital evidence or text messages were introduced earlier, I gave you an instruction. I'm required to give you this instruction again. Before you consider any electronic communication in your deliberations, you must first find that it's more likely true than not that the person who authored or sent or transmitted the message was in fact the person identified as doing so. If you do not find that it's more likely true than not that the witness or the other people in the text message thread was the person who authored or created or transmitted the communication, then you may not consider that communication in deciding that case. So it's an instruction I'm required to give you. I should have given it to you on Monday. All right, with that, can we bring the witness in, please?
She said that we lost a juror and it was not due to anything with this case, that it was a personal thing. So now they're down to 16. I'm curious about whether it was a woman or a man, because there had been 10 women and 7 men on the jury. Only 12 of whom will hear the actual case.
morning,
The rest are alternates and they don't know who's who yet.
Yes, sir.
All right, whenever you're ready, Mr. Jackson.
Your Honor, as a matter of housekeeping, I would move to admit the packet of text messages with date stamps inclusive of 02680, 02685.
More messages.
On Monday.
Is there an objection to the written one coming in?
Same objection, Your Honor.
Why don't I see you at sidebar on this?
Can't they take care of this before they bring the jury in? I mean, she knows that this is going to happen. Nancy Jo says she was having stomach issues the night she dropped O'Keefe off at the Albert's house. Right. She was. I think that's what she told Proctor. But I don't think that she dove deep into her own, like telling him her diagnosis, right? But you're right, that is what she said in her initial statement to him when they seized her phone in her car without warrants. Teresa says Jen McCabe told him, as Bayou Babe says as well. Lynn says, God save the Commonwealth. I'm afraid that's what it's going to take. Feels like that some days. I know so many of you are local and so many of you take it very personally. I'm not local and I take this case very personally. Mackenzie, thanks for the 5. No recorded search on February 1st when McCabe group text that troopers were in front of the house. Could they have been digging to plant and come back on February 3rd to find? Well, that's interesting. Is that was the date of Matt McCabe's group message where he said troopers were in front of the house? Then he said the Asian house, and he said he was going to pick up a car and he was going to try and take a picture. And that was in Matt McCabe's group text with his wife, Jen, and Brian and Nicole Albert. That's interesting, Mackenzie. Thank you, Celine, for your super sticker. Lisa, thanks for the 5. How do you feel today if you're a female member of the MSP? Right? That too. If that's the way they talk about criminal defendants, imagine how they talk about the other women in their unit. It's disgusting. Thanks, Chronically Caffeinated, for the early morning super chat. Super sticker. Oh, thanks, On Top. Lovely color on you this morning. Thank you. Emmy Lennon, thank you for your 10. Proctor's wife posted she could never be prouder of him. And Massachusetts State Police Union posted support, said he was defamed in court. I think he defamed himself, says Emmy Lennon. Union later took it down. Unreal. Welcome to Massachusetts, my friends. Welcome to the Commonwealth. Carrie Ann, thank you for the 5. With no photo of the taillight, the jury has to take the word of the cop who thinks Karen is a whack job C word. Right, unreal. I would add nutbag to that list. And I think in that message he said,
Unmuted.
a nutbag, as the chief would say, as if that's what the chief called people on the regular.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
One more matter of housekeeping. I have another set of
Good.
iOS messages that are inclusive of pages 2527 through 2545. I'd like to have these marked as for identification as next in order.
All right. If you have any others, let's have them all marked for identification at the same time.
I put the closed caption up because sometimes the court volume is so low, but don't rely on it because it's
Your Honor,
so
may I
wrong.
stand at council table to
Yeah, sure.
deal with this?
It's the reason we started calling
Let's
them.
try and do it quickly. It's just for Mr. Jackson, let's try and do it quickly. It's just for identification.
Yes, these are all just for identification.
Yep.
I'll give the court the inclusive base stamp number.
Your Honor,
Next packet would be 2680 through 2685. Sorry, that was the first one.
Right.
Mark ZZ. The second one is 2527 through 2545.
thanks, Lana.
The next set would be a single page 2625. The next packet would be 2662.
Oh, they're going all out.
2679. The next is just 2 pages, 2623 and 2624.
We're going to be here all day with Proctor, my friends, I think.
The next packet would be 2518 and 2526. Following that, 2618 and 2620.
How much worse could it get?
Then packet 2628.
I think a lot worse.
2634, and finally, a packet
Bring it.
inclusive of 2583 to 2617.
Remember, the Fed's got a
All
full
right, Madam
copy
Court Reporter, if you'd be so kind, please.
of all
Thank you.
of his iCloud data, all of Proctor's iCloud data from his personal phone between certain dates. Lana, thank you. Says people there tweeted the juror was a man in his 30s. So we lost a juror if you're just tuning in this morning. And BK Dangles, thank you for also chiming in. Juror number
Yes.
9, male in his 30s. Okay, so we are left with 10 women and 6 men. And Laura S., thank you too. And you guys who are watching that, the cesspool of Twitter, for the information, feel free to put it in here. This is a collaborative channel. So I love to have you guys help me. When I'm live, it's hard for me to Google things. So you guys are awesome. On ex-juror number 9 is missing, white male in his 30s. Thank you, Laura. We're getting live information from the courtroom. Laura R., thank you so much for this very sad super chat. Says, my mom has attempted to unalive herself 3 times. I also work in mental health. Extremely offended by his text. I wish she would unalive herself. Makes me sick. SOB. Yeah, I think it makes us all sick. And I can't wait to hear when that was written, how far into this case he was, and his reasoning behind it. Because he likes to explain away a lot of his messages as being, what did he say? Unprofessional and regrettable, as he looked straight at the jury and said, they were juvenile, unprofessional, and regrettable. Never once did he look at Karen Reed. Never once did he look at Karen Reed and say, I'm really sorry. I shouldn't have said that. That was really poor judgment on my part. I'm an idiot. Nope. Nope. It appeared like he was upset that he got caught like a little boy with his hand caught in the cookie jar. And it's revolting. And anybody who can sit back and defend this is gross. Oh, and sympathies to Sean McDonough, who lost his brother in the past
Thank
2
you.
days. I posted it on YouTube, so I'm not
Thank you.
outing anyone. But apparently his brother passed away. So
All right,
my
go right
deepest
ahead,
Thank
Mr.
you, Your Honor.
Jackson.
to Sean McDonough and his family.
Trooper Proctor, I'm going to ask you if you wouldn't mind to turn to tab 2 in the binder in front of you. Can you take a look at the face page of what's under tab 2 and tell me if you recognize that?
Yes, sir. It's a private text thread with high school friends.
And this includes 9 participants, 9 chat participants that you engaged with.
That's correct.
Those participants include people by the name of Bird, Whitey, and Doc, correct?
Correct.
And then there's some other folks in there. They're identified by at least the last 4 digits of their phone number, correct?
Yes.
So this is a group text or a group chat with you and 8 of your high school friends about this investigation, correct?
Yes.
Trooper Proctor, you never thought when you were engaged with these other 8 individuals that this particular set of chats would ever become public, did you?
No, I do not.
I want to take a look at page 2527. If you could turn, that's on the bottom right of the document in tab 2. Do you recognize, do you have that page in front of you?
Yes, sir.
You recognize that this group chat was taking place on January 29th at about 10:52 p.m., correct?
Correct.
And the person that I'll identify as 5051, that's the last 4 digits of that phone number, indicates Chip, name of that BPD cop, correct?
Correct.
First of all, you indicated on Monday that you're Chip, is that right?
Yes, sir.
You responded at 10:53 p.m., John O'Keefe, is that right?
Yes, sir.
So you were willing to tell just a few hours into an investigation of the death of a Boston police officer, you were willing to tell a bunch of high school buddies details about the investigation, including the name of the victim, correct?
At this point, it's 16 hours later, sir. Not a few.
16
Wow.
is a few hours, correct? I'm not talking about days later.
It was about 16 hours later, sir.
Correct.
gonna play
And
semantics?
You identified John O'Keefe as the Boston police officer who was fallen in the yard at 34 Fairview, correct?
Correct.
You also informed if you will skip to page 2529, you also inform these same folks, these same high school buddies that, quote, all the powers that be want answers ASAP, correct?
Yes.
You knew, Trooper Proctor, that there was brass that wanted this case wrapped up quickly and efficiently. Isn't that right?
Objection.
Oh, well, is that what you were thinking?
No, the people wanted answers, sir.
They wanted it. They didn't just want answers. They wanted answers ASAP. What does ASAP mean?
That's as soon as possible.
Right. And you were texting this to your high school friends, again, 16 hours into this investigation, right?
Correct.
And you knew at that time, Trooper Proctor, that this was not going to implicate in any way, shape, form, or fashion another cop, correct?
Correct.
Wow.
In this text exchange, let's turn to 2532, actually.
16 hours. Yep. Not a few. It was 16 hours, sir.
You have that in front of you?
I do.
In this text exchange at 10:56 p.m., your buddy Bird writes, I'm sure the owners of the house will receive some shit, correct?
Correct.
How did you take that to mean? Did you take that to mean that he could get in trouble?
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly what my friend was getting at.
Well, you had some idea.
Yeah,
That the owners of the house isn't going to get any shit for this, right?
That's how I interpreted it.
Yeah, you interpreted it like he's not going to get in any trouble. He's not going to be a suspect, correct?
Correct.
And he's not going to be implicated in any way. Is that right?
Correct.
And your answer was one word, correct?
Yes.
What was that word?
Nope.
And then you followed that up with an explanation as to why you said no, didn't you?
That wasn't the explanation why I said nope. I simply said homeowner is a Boston cop too, meaning Mr. O'Keefe was a Boston cop. The homeowner was a Boston cop as well.
The question that preceded your answer, nope, the homeowner's a Boston cop too, was the homeowner's going to get some shit for this, correct?
That's not what I meant with that text.
That's what you wrote.
Not what I meant, sir.
All right, let's take it in order. Question. Oh goodness, the homeowner's going to get some shit for this. Answer, nope. Next text, he's a Boston cop too. That doesn't sound like an explanation for your nope.
No, that's just saying he's a Boston cop as well. Mr. O'Keefe is a
And that's
Boston
why
cop.
he's not going to get any shit. Correct, Trooper Proctor?
Well, he's not going to receive any shit, sir, because Mr. Albert, the homeowner, had nothing to do with Mr. O'Keefe's death.
And you knew this 16 hours into your investigation.
Yes.
Less than a day.
Yes.
To your satisfaction.
To my satisfaction
And
and
you
to the
hadn't
members
been
of my
to the
unit.
crime scene?
So let him finish. We didn't get the.
Didn't
your
search the
answer?
house.
To my satisfaction and to all the members of my unit who investigated that day.
Objection. Calls for speculation.
So I'm going to let it stand. Trooper Proctor, you have to keep your voice up, okay? Jurors need to hear you way back there.
Yes, ma'am.
Here's the thing about his text messages, and I do stop the stream and talk about it because that's what we do here, legal analysis. Earlier in the string of text messages, someone said to him, one of his buddies said, who's the Boston cop? And they had already been talking that he was a Boston cop and that he was found in another Boston cop's lawn. So his explanation for he's a Boston cop, nope, he's a Boston cop too, does not fly with me because that had already been part of the conversation, correct? Okay, correct.
The fact of the matter is, you hadn't been to the crime scene by the time you wrote this text, correct?
Correct.
You hadn't been inside the home, correct?
No.
You had you had questioned a grand total of 3 percipient witnesses at this point, correct?
Including
Yes.
And 2 of the 3 were named McCabe, right?
Correct.
And 1 of the 3 was named Albert, correct?
Yes.
And it's against that backdrop that you wrote, nope, the homeowner's not going to get any shit because he's a cop, right?
It's not what I meant by that.
At 10:57, Bird goes on to write, he, the homeowner, must have been a puddle to accomplish that. And then he writes, who's the homeowner? And then he writes, I hope not, but I can see it. Correct?
Yes.
A puddle means drunk, correct?
That's a term for it, yes.
In other words, Bird wrote that the homeowner must have been so drunk, so wasted to have killed him, correct?
Objection.
Do you know what that means? Do you know what that text means?
Just the puddle part, Your Honor, that term.
All right, so he can answer that.
And the puddle part means drunk or wasted, right?
Yes.
And what Bird actually wrote was he must have been a puddle to accomplish that, correct?
Mm-hmm.
That's what he wrote.
And then you write back, quote, she waffled him. I looked at his body at the hospital, right?
Correct.
You used the phrase waffled about a Boston police officer who had fallen in the snow and died in someone's yard. And you decided to use the word waffled him, correct?
Objection.
So sustained. Ask it differently, Mr. Jackson.
Did you answer, she waffled him, I looked at his body at the hospital?
I did answer that, yes.
And then Bird questioned, she waffled him, correct?
Yes.
And then you responded, he was banged up. Is that right?
Yes.
Then a person with the phone number 0095 wrote, I thought he was drunk. Did he get beat up? You see that?
I do.
And you wrote, nope. Is that right?
Correct.
Yet again, this is before 11 o'clock at night on January 29th, 2022, some 16 hours into your investigation. Is that right?
Yes.
So before you ever went to the crime scene, before you ever went into the house, only having interviewed 3 folks, you had this case nice and wrapped up, didn't you?
Yes. Based on the evidence my office uncovered that day, the one shoot discovered at the scene, the one shoot at the hospital, Mr. O'Keefe's injuries, the broken taillight pieces underneath the snow.
Super Proctor, I didn't ask for an explanation. I asked, did you, in your mind, have this case wrapped up? Was it cut and dry in your mind?
Yes.
Wow.
Bird then writes, so the owner of the house was a woman. Sorry, was a woman cop that beat him, question mark, right?
Yes.
And then you wrote, that's what I initially thought after talking to Canton paramedics. Is that right?
Yes.
And then you said, then I saw the guy, correct?
Correct.
So what you meant by that, Trooper Proctor, was according to you, based on your conversations, your initial conversations with the paramedics, the first responders, you were under the impression that this was a beating death. He'd been beaten to death, correct?
Yep.
The way it was given to me, sir, was
That's yes
for
or no?
medical.
That's yes
No,
or no?
he's going to answer the question. If you want
Go
to
ahead.
withdraw the question, you
Let
can.
him bury
Go
himself
ahead.
a little
We
more.
entered this investigation with an open mind. It was given to me as a medical situation. And when we saw Mr. O'Keefe's body at the hospital, Sergeant Buchanan and I, we saw his injuries and we were kind of working through how these injuries occurred.
You are not a doctor, sir. You are not a medical professional. Did you speak to any of the treating doctors at the hospital? Because you just lied and said that you talked to Flamati that morning, or maybe this was from Monday's testimony. And that was part of the reason that you decided that this was a motor vehicle homicide. But now you're texting your buddies that after speaking with Flamati, you thought it was a beatdown initially, but then you changed your mind when you went to the hospital. Okay. Which is it?
As a matter of fact, both you and Sergeant Buchanan believed that he had suffered the injuries as a result of a physical altercation based on information you received from the paramedics initially, correct?
Initially, we didn't know what we had. We knew there was some significant injuries to Mr. O'Keefe. And we're still figuring out how those injuries occurred.
Well, you just testified. Initially, we didn't know what we had.
Right.
But 16 hours after the fact, you wrote the following sentence. That's what I initially thought after talking to Canton paramedics, correct?
Correct.
So initially, you did think you knew what you had, a physical altercation leading to a death, correct?
Correct.
So when you just said, initially we didn't know what we had, that wasn't quite true. You did at least have an idea of what you thought you had, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
What you had was
All right.
confirmation bias, sir.
You were aware
Yeah.
initially that John O'Keefe had suffered a 2-inch laceration to the back of his head, correct?
Yes,
That resulted in a skull fracture, correct?
correct.
He had a laceration over his right eye, small laceration just under the eyebrow, correct?
Yes,
Had a laceration on his nose. Is that right?
correct.
He had patterned scratches on his right arm, abrasions, scratches, correct?
Yes,
And he had no injuries below the neck.
not that I observed, sir.
Mm.
Not a single broken bone, correct?
Not that I was aware of.
Not a single fracture, correct?
Not that I was aware of.
Not a single bruise below the neck, right?
Not that I observed.
Looks a lot like a physical altercation, doesn't it?
Objection.
Sustained.
You ever been beat up, sir? You ever see a
Bird
person who's been
rights.
beat up?
Bear, let's focus, correct?
Yes,
Who's Bear?
that's the another nickname I have.
Oh, Chip and Bear.
0095 writes, what does she waffled him mean? And then Bird writes, what's the story, correct?
Correct.
And you wrote, she hit him with her car. Is that right?
Yes,
Have you ever seen, in your experience, have you ever seen a pedestrian who's hit by a 6,000-pound car with no bruises? Ever.
He's only investigated 4.
the pedestrian strikes I've seen have been at high speeds,
And that's
60
enough
plus.
A person out of the shoe, right?
Yeah.
60 plus miles per hour.
Mhm. That's when your shoes come off.
So I can't recall right now off the top of my head as far as injuries in the past pedestrian strikes I've attended.
Okay. So someone, you indicated on Monday, under examination by Mr. Lally, you've seen a shoe missing,
Correct.
pedestrian strikes, correct?
Yes.
Those are high speed, extremely high speed incidents, correct?
Yes.
60 plus miles an hour, right?
I can't recall all the pedestrian strikes I've been to as far as the miles per hour the vehicle is traveling.
That's what you call sudden onset amnesia.
Mr. Proctor, let me ask you the question again. Have you ever, yes or no, have you ever in your experience seen a vehicle pedestrian incident in which the pedestrian has no bruises?
Objection.
Have you seen that?
I can't recall.
Oh,
Next question.
convenient.
After you wrote, she hit him with her car, 5051 writes, oh, Jesus. And Bird writes, okay, that's fucked up, correct?
Correct.
And then you wrote what?
Intentional or not?
Intentional or not? Is that right?
Yes.
Your words.
Correct.
0095 then chimes in, gotcha. He was frozen in the driveway and she didn't see him? Question mark, correct?
Correct.
And you wrote what?
That's another animal we won't be able to prove.
That's another animal we won't be able to prove, correct?
Correct.
Trooper Proctor, you knew that there were going to be things in this case, even 16 hours into this, that you just admitted you would have zero proof of, correct?
Objection.
Sustained. You can ask it differently.
Did you mean by that statement that this was one of several things that you knew we would not be able to prove?
That statement, that's another animal we won't be able to prove, references the intentional or not part.
You
We
didn't
knew-
care at that point when you wrote that, you didn't care what you could or could not prove, did you?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Isn't that what you meant?
No.
You had a narrative that you had developed and you would pursue it no matter what the proof was. That's what you meant by that statement, correct?
Objection.
Sustained. You can ask it differently, Mr.
Did you mean by that, thank you, Your Honor, I didn't mean to step on your words. Did you mean by that statement that you were going to pursue this case no matter what the proof might be?
What I meant by that statement was if Miss Reed backed into Mr. O'Keefe intentionally or not.
Interestingly, though, that statement came on the heels of he was frozen in the driveway and she didn't see him. And you wrote in response to that question, that's another animal we won't be able to prove. Correct?
That's not what I was responding to. I was responding to the intentional or not part.
So you were responding to your own statement. according to you.
Correct.
Okay. 0095 then writes, what's the name of the Canton cop living in Canton? The other one involved. Correct?
Yes.
In other words, that person was asking, tell me the name of the homeowner. Isn't that right?
Yes.
The guy that's the cop, right?
Correct.
And you ignored that question for a second time. Is that right?
Yes.
As a matter of fact, not one time, not once in this entire group chat did you disclose the name Brian Albert, did you?
I don't believe so, no.
You were actively trying to hide Brian Albert's name, at least from this conversation.
Objection.
I'll allow it. Is that what you were trying to do?
Absolutely not.
But you had no problem sharing John O'Keefe's name with your buddies from high school, right?
Correct.
And you had no problem sharing Karen Reed's name with your buddies from high school, correct?
Yeah.
I don't
You
believe
called her
I
the
named the
C word.
defendant.
Not yet, you didn't. Later in the chat.
Mm-hmm. If you'd like to
Okay,
read through
correct.
it, we'll wait.
5051 then writes, the BPD have any jurisdiction here because it was their own? Question mark. Is that right?
Yes.
And a few texts later, if you look down a few texts, at about 11 o'clock, you see a text that starts, nah, cat.
He's Chip and Bear. Those are his two nicknames in this chat. Chip and Bear.
I do so, yes.
You responded, quote, nah, N-A-H, nah, cat, K-A-T-T. It's the total opposite. They have to recuse themselves. Same with Canton. Correct?
That text ends as they have to recuse themselves.
You then text back, I'm sorry, hang on a moment.
Yes.
They have to recuse
I
themselves.
see where you're at, sir.
So 16 hours later, they
How did you
hadn't
end
yet?
that text?
Same with Canton.
Meaning Canton has to recuse itself also, correct?
That was my understanding.
So by 11 p.m. on January 29th, 2022, there was no question in your mind, Trooper Proctor, that the Canton Police Department was recused from this investigation in all particulars, correct?
That they had taken a step back from participating, yes.
Right. Well, there's one way to put it. They've taken a step back from participating. Another way to put it is they recused themselves completely, correct?
Correct.
They were not going to be, at least in your mind, they were not to be involved in any way, just like Boston PD was not to be involved in any way. Is that right?
Objection.
Is that what you were thinking?
It was my understanding they were not going to be involved.
Now, if we could turn to page 2537. "5051 writes, but I assume you guys are out to make it cut and dry since it involves cops, correct?
Mm.
Yes.
And Berg writes, something stinks, correct?
Correct.
And then
Berg knew
Trooper
what was up.
Proctor, you responded, yeah, but there will be some serious charges brought on the girl. Isn't that right?
That's right.
So in that text exchange, you were saying, yeah, we're out to make it cut and dry, correct?
No.
You didn't write, yeah, we're going to follow the evidence wherever it takes us. You didn't, did you?
I did not write that.
You didn't write, yeah, we're going to make sure that we investigate this thing fully and thoroughly before making any decisions. You didn't say that, did you?
I did not.
You wrote, yeah, but there will be some serious charges brought on the girl. Isn't that right?
Correct.
And the reason you wrote that is because you knew, as the text above it says, this has to be cut and dry because it involves cops, right?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that. Is that the reason you wrote it?
No, Your Honor.
And then you indicated, we're going to put serious charges on the girl Who did you mean by the girl, by the way?
The defendant.
Karen Reed?
Yes, sir.
Girl.
So the way that you were going to make it cut and dry, pretty simple. Just pin it on the girl, right?
Objection.
Is that right?
Absolutely not. Follow the facts and the evidence from that day on the 29th. And everything led to Miss Reed hitting Mr. O'Keefe with her vehicle.
All the facts that were told to you by Jen McCabe and Matt McCabe and Brian Albert. Because those are the only facts that you were privy to at that time.
But that wasn't the question that you were answering, was it? We're going to follow the evidence and make sure we do this thoroughly. The question you were answering was, I assume you guys, you, Trooper Proctor, and your team are going to, quote, make it cut and dry, since it involves cops, meaning Brian Albert, correct?
Incorrect. Doesn't matter to me if the homeowner's a cop, if the victim's a police officer. Myself and everyone in my office investigated this case that Saturday, had an overwhelming amount of evidence that Miss Reed struck Mr. O'Keefe.
Wow.
So it didn't matter to us what their occupation was.
Mhm.
We'll see. Let's keep reading, shall we?
Oh, yes, we shall. We shall. Smooth as butter.
5051, a little further down, says, gotta be, I could only imagine what internal affairs at BPD are trying to get out there. Correct?
Correct.
Meaning, this person, 5051, was opining, at least in your mind, you interpreted that as being Boston police are going to have a lot to answer for, given the fact that another Boston police officer was found dead on that officer's lawn. Correct?
Objection.
What were you thinking?
Can't speak to the mindsets of that comment. I wasn't sure how to interpret that one.
All right, next question, Mr. Jackson.
Then 5051 changes gears. And he writes, she hot at least, correct?
Yes.
And what was your response to that?
From all accounts, he didn't do a thing wrong. She's a whack job cunt.
From all accounts, he didn't do a thing wrong. She's a whack job cunt. That's what you wrote, correct?
Correct.
16 hours into this investigation,
Yes.
into your objective and unbiased, thorough investigation, correct?
Correct.
But sir, you didn't have all accounts, did you?
What I meant by that was
Did you or did you not have all accounts in your investigation?
the accounts we had was Miss Reed struck Mr. O'Keefe with her vehicle, discovered taillight pieces at the scene. Those are the accounts we had.
The accounts
Nobody told you that they saw Karen Reed strike John O'Keefe with her vehicle that day. Nobody told you that. Not Brian Albert, not Jen McCabe, not Matt McCabe. But you know what you did, or someone on your behalf did? You told the media that there was ring camera footage of the incident. So now that you're saying that, that makes me think that you're the one that leaked it to the media. Prove me wrong. I have to hear that again.
And then
you
some.
had,
The accounts we had,
did you or did you not have all accounts in your investigation?
the accounts we had was Miss Reed struck Mr. O'Keefe with her vehicle, discovered taillight pieces at the scene. Those are the accounts we had.
The accounts
And then
you
some.
had, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
The accounts you had, Trooper Proctor, were from two people named McCabe and one named Albert, who happened to be the homeowner and a Boston cop.
And they didn't tell you
Those
that.
are the accounts from recipient witnesses that you had, correct?
There was another additional witness that we had, investigators had interviewed, Miss Roberts as well.
And from all accounts, he didn't do a thing wrong. That was your decision 16 hours into the investigation, correct?
Yes.
And the other decision that you made and the other determination you came to was my client, Karen Reed, was a whack job cunt, right?
Yes.
What else did you say in response to she's hot at least? Or she hot at least, question mark?
So following that text, I responded, yeah, she's a babe. Weird Fall River accent, though. No ass.
Wow, your wife must be really proud of that. She's a babe with a Fall River accent, though. No ass. Those of you from the area, tell me what your interpretation of a Fall River accent is, please. Because I'm not from there.
Yeah, she's a babe. Who's the she?
Miss Reed.
Weird Fall River accent, though. You talking about her, the way she talks?
The accent.
And no ass. Now you're talking about her body, her physique, correct?
Yes.
You think that's appropriate?
Absolutely not.
Then Bird chimes in with a little comedy. Not newsworthy then, correct?
Correct.
In other words, well, if she didn't have an ass, nothing to see here, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
And then 5051 says, oh, she's skating, right?
Correct.
And what did you write after that?
My response was 0 chance she skated.
And then what did you write?
She's fucked.
0 chance she skates. She's fucked, right?
Correct.
You decided on the 29th of January, 17 hours into this investigation, you decided individually, Trooper Proctor, you're not only going to put it on the girl, you decided you're going to make sure this is cut and dried, and the way you're going to do it is to make sure that she's fucked. That's what you were saying.
Objection.
All right, so that's sustained. You can, the content's fine. You have to ask it different.
Case is over. Case is over.
17
my
hours
friends.
into this investigation,
My
Trooper
opinion.
Proctor, you made the decision that you were going to put it on Miss Reed, didn't you? Put the case on Miss Reed. She was going to catch the case, correct?
No, absolutely not.
That's what you just said in your text messages to your buddies.
What did you mean then when you said she's fucked?
After the day's investigation with multiple troopers conducting multiple tasks, and a debriefing at Canton PD amongst detectives in my office, we went through the overwhelming amount of evidence against Miss Reed that she
Overwhelming.
struck Mr. O'Keefe with her vehicle. That's what I meant by that comment.
Mm-hmm. My fellow law enforcement friends in the chat, and I know there are so many of you, including my amazing moderators, Scott, Peter Pranzo. After 16 hours, they've cracked the case. There's no reason to look at anybody else. She's effed based on the fact that he's found with one shoe and a cracked taillight. Is this the way police investigations go? Let me know, Scott, Peter Pranzo, how you feel about this. And I know, listen, we back the blue here 100%. We do. Nobody hates a bad cop more than a good cop. This is outrageous. You should be outraged. And we are shining a light on the corruption in this investigation, in this department, or in this one lone rogue from Massachusetts State Police. It's revolting. And there are people out there defending this as if it doesn't even matter. It doesn't matter. No big whoop. Boys will be boys. This is how they talk. And these same people are still saying the evidence is still the evidence. Karen Reed killed him with her car on purpose. Haven't seen it. Melly says, facts, Melly. Melly, are you the Melly who's a mod on Vinny's channel? Because Vinny's been going off on this, kind of, on his own personal channel. And I'm so happy that he's finally, maybe, sort of seeing what I've been screaming into a closet about since January. I'm outraged. And you should be too.
What you meant by that comment, Trooper Proctor, was you were going to make sure because 5051 had said she's going to skate. She's skating. When you said 0 chance she skates, she's fucked. What you meant was, I'm going to make sure, I am going to make sure Ms. Reed doesn't skate. She's fucked. That's what you meant. Isn't it?
Objection.
Sustained.
And then Bird decides to chime in, good, no ass bitch, right?
Yes, that's what he wrote.
And how did you respond to Bird saying, good, no ass bitch?
I laughed.
Oh, that's
Thought that was funny, did you? Trooper Proctor? Thought that was funny?
It was unprofessional of me. That's something I shouldn't have done.
Well, I think we all know it was unprofessional. It was a lot of things. I'm asking
Yep.
you, did you think it was funny?
No, according to my response at the time, apparently.
here's Mr. and Mrs. O'Keefe, John's parents. Here's Mr. O'Keefe. He hasn't been in the courtroom for a while. My understanding is that he loved Karen. He loves Karen. They used to go to church together on Sundays. He's sitting next to his wife, who apparently wants Karen convicted. I don't know where he's been. I don't know why he's been missing. I hope he's okay and that his health is okay. Keep an eye on their reactions, because I don't know if they're hearing this for the first time. I don't know if the prosecution has given them a heads up and said, here's what we're going to be putting out there to the world today. And watch Karen watching Proctor. And he won't look at her. He'll look at the jury. He'll look at the judge, but he will not look at Karen.
My response at the time, apparently.
Apparently.
Then you sent a picture, just to add to it, to pile on, of Miss Reed being arrested, correct?
I don't.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's funny too. Here she is, the perp walk.
I'm not sure if that came from me, sir.
Let's skip to 2543. Are you there, Trooper Proctor?
Yes.
The date is now February 2nd, 2022. And a person by the name of Doc writes, is that chick a smoke? Correct?
Correct.
Who's the chick?
Miss Reed.
And you write E-H, right?
Yes.
And then you write nutbag, as Chief would say, correct?
Correct.
Who's Chief?
A friend of mine.
Chief Berkowitz.
And then you write what?
She's got a leaky balloon knot.
Trooper Proctor, explain to the jurors what a balloon knot is.
Freeze frame on point. Yannetti and Karen giving him the death stare. What is a balloon knot, Trooper Proctor? You said she had a leaky balloon knot. Tell us what that is. No objection.
Your essentially, I guess, your rectum area.
Oh,
Your anus,
Yes.
that's what you were referring to about Miss Reed?
Yes.
And you were making fun of her because you believed at that time that it leaked? That's how you were treating Miss Reed? Yes or no?
Yes.
And then you followed that up just to make sure you cleared up any mistake about what you meant with leaks poo, correct?
Objection.
All right, so I'm going to strike that. You could get this in, but do it the right way, Mr. Jackson.
You followed that up with the phrase leaks poo, didn't you?
I did.
Again, another reference to Miss Reed's medical issues and medical conditions, correct?
Correct.
Specifically focused on her anus, correct?
In reference, yes.
Were you aware at the time that you wrote this that Miss Reed had suffered a colectomy surgery, very serious surgery?
I was not, sir, no.
Were you aware that she had had 10 surgeries in 18 months, several years prior? 10.
There it is.
I was not aware of that.
Were you aware that she had serious medical issues, gastrointestinal medical issues that she suffered with, she was a victim of for years? Did you know that?
Objection.
Sustained.
But you decided that you're going to take another shot at her and talk about her anatomy.
1 second, sir.
So I said, 1 second, sir. I'm not sure who that was. Court reporter? I entitled this stream on the thumbnail, The Fall of the House of
You did-
Proctor.
Sorry.
Seems apropos now.
You decided that you were going to take another shot at her and talk about her anatomy as a balloon knot, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
At this point, Trooper Proctor, Miss Reed was just reduced to a punchline to you, wasn't she?
Objection.
Sustained.
Well, you weren't done yet. This chat doesn't end yet, does it?
No, sir.
Read every single one of them.
Let's skip to 2543. On the same date, February 2nd, 2022, about 4:15 p.m., a person by the name of Whitey wrote, "What are you guzzling on?" Correct?
Yes.
And you wrote, "Nothing, writing a warrant." Is that right?
Correct.
Whitey then shares some sort of a video, correct?
Yes.
You remember that video being of the 1980s band Warrant?
I don't recall the video he sent.
0095 laughed and then wrote, "Wait, why does her asshole leak?" Correct?
Yes, that's what he wrote.
And then what did Doc write in response to that?
Objection, Your Honor.
The objection sustained. I'll see it sidebar. Take that down, please.
Take it down. So I guess the messages have been on the big screen this whole time. And the camera chose to focus on Proctor's face, which was the better choice, in my opinion, because we want to see him. We're a few seconds behind, so if you're watching in another stream, please no spoilers.
You are unmuted.
Without
that-
reference to-
Take that down.
Sorry, go ahead, pull it, Ralph. Without reference to the specifics of what was.
I'm going to see counsel at sidebar.
Sure.
Well, she just did see them at sidebar. My heart breaks for Karen. It breaks.
To the specific. Trooper Proctor, without getting to the specifics of the words used in the following, in the next exchange that you're looking at, it's fair to say that your high school buddies then continue to discuss Miss Reed's medical issues, correct?
Objection.
That's sustained. Come on, Mr. Jackson. That isn't what you said you'd ask. Go ahead and ask the question you said you'd ask.
Was there a continued discussion that finished on this subject matter?
Yes.
On Monday, you indicated that your conduct in this case, and specifically your conduct as reflected in these messages, how did you put it? It did not affect the integrity of the investigation, of your investigation, correct? That's what you
Correct.
said to the jurors.
Correct.
You know what the definition of integrity is?
Doing the right thing when no one's looking.
John's dad has left the courtroom. That's his seat. He left. Proctor has just defined integrity for you and us and the jury as in doing the right thing when no one's looking.
Means the quality of being honest and having strong moral principles, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you believe that integrity means being honest and having strong moral principles?
I believe that's part of it as well.
Do you stand by that testimony that you were showing strong moral principles in this investigation, sir?
In the investigation part, absolutely. Through these text messages, absolutely not. They were juvenile and regrettable.
That's it. Juvenile and regrettable. My eye is starting to twitch. He looked at the jury when he
Say they're
said that.
juvenile and regrettable. Sounds like you're almost apologizing to the jury
Mhm.
for your conduct. Is that what you're doing?
For those text,
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
You're not apologizing to
Proctor, you ever
Karen?
apologize to Miss Reed?
Objection.
Sustained.
Hold on. Sorry, I was talking when he said that. Have you ever apologized to Miss Reed? I think he said.
text,
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Trooper Proctor, have you ever apologized to Miss Reed?
Objection.
Sustained.
As the lead investigator in this case, you were tasked with the responsibility of making sure that the investigation remained free of any conflicts of interest. That's part of your job, correct?
correct.
Throughout the pendency of this investigation, in this case, you've denied having any conflict of interest in this case. Isn't that right?
Correct.
In fact, a couple of months ago in February of 2024, you testified in a different proceeding. Is that right?
Yes.
And you testified under oath in that proceeding on February 1st that you did not know any members of the Albert family or McCabe family, correct?
Certain members of the Albert family I did not know. I know Chris and Julie and Colin. I don't know the McCabe's.
That wasn't my question. Did you testify? Let's take them one at a time. Did you testify under oath, same oath you took here today, in a former proceeding in February of 2024, that you did not know and did not have any relationship with members of the Albert and McCabe families? Did you?
I haven't had a chance to review those minutes. I've only had one opportunity to, and that was a couple months ago.
Whip him out.
So I would want to review those minutes in order to answer that accurately.
You can't remember how you testified, whether or not you knew or had relationships with the Alberts and McCabes?
Objection.
Did Jen McCabe prep you for your testimony to tell you to ask for all documents and all transcripts so that you don't perjure yourself in this court? What was in February of 2024? Because the federal grand jury was convened in summer of 2023. State grand jury was in spring of 2022. Federal grand jury was August, July 2023. What's in February 2024? Was he called into the federal grand jury then because it was still ongoing? Or was this the internal affairs proceeding? But he can't remember. And this, my friends, could be considered perjury if he was under oath in February 2024 and testified during that proceeding that he did not know any members of the McCabes and the Alberts, because now he's saying that he did.
Sustained.
As you sit here right now, you need to refresh your recollection. You can't remember what you said.
Objection.
Do you remember what you said?
During that proceeding, no.
Would it refresh your recollection if you took a look at those grand jury minutes?
Yes.
Good. Let's do it.
What page, Mr. Jackson?
This is page 01563.
Brooklyn James says it was the federal grand jury. He was one of the last to testify.
If I may have just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Has to be.
Approach.
It has to be federal. Otherwise, he'd be allowed to say what it was. Yeah, unless it's internal affairs, unless there was a hearing with regard to the internal affairs investigation. That
You'd
could be
review
another
that and
proceeding
work
under
out
oath, right?
information.
Oh, AJ just said grand jury minutes. I missed it. We could fast forward to catch up to real time, but I want to see him sweat. Let's watch him read this. Colin Sixsitter says the truth remains the same, only lies change. I would agree. Somebody else says this was in his internal affairs investigation, so I'm not sure.
Now, Your Honor.
Okay.
Did that refresh your recollection about a question and answer that you had, or a series of questions and answers that you had while you were testifying under oath in that other proceeding?
Yes, sir.
Objection. May we approach?
Yes.
Objection. We may approach, Your Honor, because this is going to be really, 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 really bad for me and for my case, as if my case isn't already tanked, that we now need to watch the fall of the House of Proctor to tank my case even more, Your Honor. So can I please come up and get a little help from you? Because, you know, I'm not getting any friendlies today.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. You were asked the question, quote, did you communicate with First Assistant DA Beeland that you did not know and had no relationship with the Albert and McCabe families? And you answered, quote, to the best of my recollection, the same conversation took place with everyone I talked to about this, because it's the same answer. It's the facts that I shared with everyone. Question, meaning you told First Assistant Beeland that you didn't know, didn't have a relationships with
Objection, Your Honor.
members of the Albert and McCabe families. Answer, correct.
Yes, that's
So,
correct.
so your question is whether he said this?
Correct. Whether that's his testimony. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And that's your testimony, that you, in fact, told members of the DA's office that you did not know and did not have a relationship with the Alberts or McCabe's. Is that right?
I did not know the McCabe's. I don't know most of the Alberts, and I have little to no relationship with Chris and Julie. So
Little
that's
to
what I
no.
meant by that answer.
Well, the question wasn't, did you know most of the Alberts? The question was, did you have a relationship with, or did you know the Alberts? And your answer was no,
No, I don't have a relationship with the Alberts.
or know them.
I don't know the McCabe's. I don't have a relationship with the Alberts.
So
Okay.
you do
You
know
asked-
the Alberts.
Could I have some word salad emojis in the chat, please? Word salad emojis and dig emojis. Give me a shovel. This guy is digging a hole so big that he is never going to be able to crawl out of it. Semantics, narcissism, word salad, picking apart the words. And now he's going to change his testimony from what he clearly told the feds. Methinks you in trouble, Proctor. My opinion.
I know some of them, Julie and Chris.
Okay.
And Colin, correct?
Correct, and Colin.
And you knew the Alberts when you gave this testimony in February of 2024. Is that right?
Yeah, that asked if there was any relationships.
And let's try this again.
Yeah.
Meaning you told First Assistant Beeland that you didn't know, didn't have relationships with members of the Alberts and members of the Albert and McCabe families. Answer, correct.
Mm-hmm.
Was that ambiguous in your mind?
The way I interpreted relationships was basically
Making
being
out?
friends or, communications, frequent communications. That's how I interpreted
Well, that might have been a
relations.
good time to pipe up and say, well, I know Chris and I know Julie and I know Colin, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
That might have been a good time to answer the question, I know these three individuals from the Albert family, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
But your answer was one word, correct, right?
Yes.
You further testified that you never have gone to any supervisor at Massachusetts State Police to disclose even a potential conflict of interest in this case that you might have, correct?
Correct.
And you indicated the needs never come up. Is that right?
Correct.
You also told
The need has never come up for me to go to my supervisors and tell them about my relationships with these people.
ADA Lally that you, quote, did not have relationships or know members of the Albert or McCabe families.
Or
correct?
no.
Correct.
And that's just not true, is it? You did know, you do know members of the Albert family. Isn't that right?
It's different from having a relationship with people.
But what
Okay.
about part of the question? Did not have relationships or know members of the Albert or McCabe families. How about that part of the question?
Well, that's lumped in with the McCabes. I don't know the McCabe family, sir.
I see. So what you did, Trooper Proctor, is you dissected the sentence. And where relationships are concerned, you ignored that in terms of the Alberts because you don't have relationships. Where no is concerned, you link that to the McCabes because you don't know the McCabes. That's what you did?
No.
So it's sustained. You can ask it. You can break it down, Mr. Jackson.
Not sure I can. I'll ask it a different way. How about if I just ask it this way? That was a lie, wasn't it?
No, absolutely not.
You stand by that testimony?
Yes.
That you don't know at the time that you testified, that you didn't know the Alberts or any members of the Albert family?
They don't have relationships with them.
Okay. My question is, you keep going back to relationships. I'm asking you, did you testify that you didn't know them?
Objection.
I'll let him have it. Do you understand the question, Trooper?
I knew Chris, Julie, and Colin.
So if you were to say, I don't know any members of the Albert family, that would have been a lie, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Why can't the judge let him admit on the stand that it was a lie? It was a lie. He is picking apart the word relationship because it has some meaning in his mind. But the question is, did you have a relationship or no? Any members of the Albert family? He lied. You are a liar, sir. Why should this jury believe anything that you say? They can disregard your entire testimony, and the judge will maybe in a normal trial would instruct the jury that if you find the witness lied, you can disregard their entire testimony. Lally's objections is basically like rearranging the deck chairs on the Titanic. That's what he's doing at this point.
Your Honor, this is the point at which I intend to turn to tab 3, and I believe we need to approach.
Mhm. We've got all day.
Jurors, feel free to stand.
Jurors are going to stand up and stretch. We're going to catch up maybe to real time. This may go on all day. Because then, of course, Lally would get up for redirect and say, I'll be brief, just briefly, and it won't be. Did Mr. O'Keefe come back? I don't think so. Wow, just wow. And Lorraine, thanks for coming in from Canada with your super chat. AJ looks great for a man working 24/7. He sure does. Suzanne, Brian Tully is next. He walked into the courthouse a little after 8 this morning. Thank you, Suzanne, for the intel. Lindsay Tyler, thanks for your 5. And I thought the pieces found on 129 didn't even fit into Karen Reed's taillight. So that would be irrelevant evidence, correct? Not according to Proctor. Proctor, had this case tied up. She was effed, in his words, by the time he was talking to his buddies from first grade and elementary school at 10 p.m. on the day of the murder. And she was guilty. And that was it. Boho Chic, thanks for being a member for 7 months. You must be one of the OGs. This is why AJ gets the big bucks. This is not cheap, my friends. Gaelic Magic, thank you so much for your super chat. Someone on this case should go ask Alice. That's a great one. We should put that on the playlist. Barbara Brady, thank you. Karen Reed told him Brian Albert and Colin Albert beat him. Why not investigate that? So he didn't use all the facts. I don't know that Karen Reed told him that on the 29th, but I do know, and we heard the audio when she was brought into the station or the barracks in June of 2022. She did say that on the body cam footage, but that was never investigated. Nobody else was ever investigated. They never went into Brian Albert's house just to even see if perhaps they had a matching set of glasses to the cocktail glass or drinking glass, as Canton PD called it, that was found on the lawn that may have indicated that Officer John O'Keefe brought that glass from inside the house. They didn't even do it. Because, nope, he wasn't going to catch any crap because he was a Boston cop too. Ben George, thank you for the 10. I can't get over him texting high school buddies. Is she hot? Asked the child.
You are
She's a
unmuted.
C, replied the child. I'm sure their wives dress like their daughters, living vicariously through them. Disgusting, Ben. I agree.
May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you to the new members, Jag and Lauren Cove and Melly. Melly became a member. Another Melly. And Gaelic Magic. Welcome. I hope you like it here. We like it here. We are living here. We are living inside the Karen Reed trial. Oh, Who's Afraid of Little Old Me is number 1 on the playlist, JD. Number 1. In fact, one of my viewers from the Ukraine, after I mentioned that song and I said it really struck me that it really resonated with me in this case, and one of my viewers made a TikTok that I posted in the stream one day, and it was Karen Reed footage to the Taylor Swift song, Who's Afraid of Little Old Me. So if you didn't click on the playlist yet, click on it. I've pinned it in the chat so that everyone has access to it. It is
Proctor,
number.
you've indicated that your sister is one of your best friends, maybe your best friend.
Yes.
Courtney Proctor, that's her name? Courtney
Correct.
Proctor. Elberg?
I'm sorry?
Her last name?
Elberg.
Elberg, with an L. And you're aware that she is also very, very good friends with Jillian Daniels, Julie Albert.
Correct.
Are you aware of any circumstance in which any of the Alberts have been over to your parents' house?
Yes.
Here we go.
Have
Facebook
you ever
post.
been over at your parents' house when any of the Alberts have been at your parents' house?
Yes.
Those Alberts include Chris Albert, Julie Albert, Colin Albert, correct?
Correct.
So the Alberts have been to his parents' house, and he wants you to think that he misunderstood that question. He doesn't have any relationship with those people. He just knows them. That was the question. Do you know them? But they've been to your mother's house. Okay.
As a matter of fact, you were on or around January 29th, 2022, you were close enough friends with Julie Albert that she had your personal cell phone in her cell phone, correct? And vice versa.
I wouldn't classify us as close friends at all.
Okay, let me get back to my question. Did you have her cell phone in your phone, and did she have yours?
I can't recall if I believe I had her stored in my phone.
But you didn't know her. You didn't know her. You have people who you don't know in your cell phone?
If you would turn to
On the day
tab
Officer O'Keefe is
4,
murdered, you had her cell
What
phone
was
number?
this marked for ID?
This was,
Or tell me the numbers at the bottom.
oh, I've got the sheet right here. I've got a cheat sheet. Tab 4 is triple B,
Okay.
as in Bravo.
Triple B is
Your Honor,
in
for the court, I'm
Bing,
looking at
bang,
page
boom.
2625. You have that in front of you, sir?
Yes, sir.
Do you recognize the participants in this chat?
I do.
The number ending in 5374, you recognize that as being from Julie Albert?
Based off the content of the message, yeah, I recognize this text message from Julie.
And she texts
I'm sorry, I need the date on that.
5374. You recognize that chat?
I do.
The number ending in 5374, you recognize that as being from Julie Albert?
Based off the content of the message, yeah, I recognize this text message from Julie.
And she texts, "This is the weekend I've been waiting for. Michael, please send ski videos if CP doesn't share with me," with a laughing face, correct?
Correct.
That text was sent on February 24th, 2022, wasn't it?
Yes.
That was less than a month after Mr. O'Keefe's death, isn't that right?
Correct.
And less than a month after you had been assigned to the investigation in which Julie Albert was a witness, correct?
Correct.
And her husband, Chris Albert, was a witness, correct?
Correct.
And her son, you knew, Colin, was involved as well, correct?
Yes.
Yes, Colin was involved. He said, yes, Colin was involved. Colin was involved. Colin was not even interviewed with regard to this case until something like 18 months after, because nobody mentioned that he was in the house at 34 Fairview at any point that evening. But he's telling you that as of February 24th of 2022, when Julie Albert is telling him to send some videos of maybe what is a ski weekend, I'm not sure, that he knew Colin Albert was involved. Listen.
Correct?
Correct.
And her son, you knew, Colin, was involved as well, correct?
Yes.
Yes.
Who is CP in that text message?
It's a nickname I have for my sister.
Courtney Proctor, correct?
Correct.
Your Honor, if I may have just a moment.
Colin was the ring bearer at Courtney's wedding. His sister. It's okay. We got all day, AJ. We got all day.
Please, that's triple C, isn't Charlie?
Colin Albert was involved also.
You have that in
Yes.
front of you, sir?
Yes.
And this would be page 2664. If you return to that page, please.
Okay.
Trooper Proctor, on January 19th, 2022, 10 days before Mr. O'Keefe's death, you were texting with your sister about whether Julie Albert might be available to babysit for your own son, correct?
Yes.
So in fact, your relationship with the Alberts was close enough that you would consider leaving your own child in the hands of Julie Albert as a babysitter, as a caregiver for your toddler, correct?
I wouldn't say close enough. I've hired babysitters that
Off the
have that
corner?
out, but I don't know.
But Julie Albert was among them, correct?
Yes, she was an option to watch my child.
And then you personally interviewed Julie Albert and Chris Albert in this case on February 10th, 2022.
Sergeant Buchanan and I did, yes.
And you didn't mention a thing about your relationship with Julie Albert, Chris Albert, or Colin Albert in any report that you ever drafted in this case, did you?
I did not.
Not one word, correct?
No, sir.
You interviewed Julie and Chris Albert at about 5:30 p.m. on the 10th of February, isn't that right?
Yes.
Did either of them, Julie or Chris Albert, mention that their son Colin Albert had been at 34 Fairview Road on the night in question, January 29th?
I'd have to reread the report to refresh my memory on their statements.
Excellent.
Well, let me ask it a different way, if I may have just a moment.
Yes.
He didn't even interview Julie and Chris Albert until the 10th of February. Karen was arrested on the 1st. But he just hires people off the street corner to babysit his children, who he said are now 2 and 4, I think. So at the time, it was a newborn and a 2-year-old, maybe. Yeah, he doesn't even know her. But 10 days before the murder of John O'Keefe, he's texting with Julie Albert
You
about
wrote a
babysitting
report
his
on
kids.
October 12th, 2022, correct?
For which,
Concerning your interview with
Why don't you show it to him?
Yeah, show it to him because I need the
your
date
interview
anyway.
with 2022, correct? You wrote a report on October 12th, 2022, correct?
for which,
Concerning your interview with
Why don't you show it to him?
So he interviews them on February
they had the
10th,
wrong
but he
report.
doesn't write the report until October 12th of 2022. After Karen Reed's charges were upgraded to murder.
Do you recall, Trooper Proctor, ever mentioning that whether or not Julie and Chris mentioned to you that their son had been at 34 Fairview on January 29th? Do you recall that as you sit here?
to the best of my recollection, no.
It was a very short interview with Julie and Chris, was it not?
It was typical length for the information they had to offer.
So you started the interview about 5:30 p.m. It must have been relatively short because you received a phone call by 6:17 from Julie Albert herself, correct?
I don't have the call detail record in front of me, but okay, yes.
Let's look at tab 6, please.
The Fed's got your call record, sir.
It may
Your
not
personal
be in your
cell.
book.
It's not, sir.
Okay, fair enough. Phone record or a phone. You indicated that you might need to look at a phone record or a phone log to determine whether or not that call was made and what time it was made, correct?
If you have that,
May I
please.
approach you on?
Yes.
I think we might need a bruh
Thank you.
emoji.
There's a highlighted portion, Trooper Proctor. Just focus your attention on that and let me know if that refreshes your recollection.
It does, sir. Thank you.
May I approach?
Yes.
You received after your interview, you received a phone call from Julie Albert about 6:17, about 45 minutes after you began the interview and then left, correct?
Yes.
6:21, you called her back and you spoke for 3 minutes and 58 seconds. Is that right?
Yes.
Did you discuss the interview?
I don't recall the content of that conversation.
And of course, you never memorialized that in any report, did you? The fact that you had a subsequent phone call with Julie Albert on your personal cell phone.
I did not.
Personal phone.
Let's turn to tab 5 one more time.
He's made it real easy for you. He's given you
Turn to
tabs.
page 2677. Trooper Proctor, after your interview with Julie Albert, your sister, Courtney, texted you. How did it go at Julie's? She was so nervous. You recall that?
Yes.
In fact, you responded to that with a ha, 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 ha. 4 ha's, right? And then why, question mark, correct?
Correct.
Then you responded, it was fine, just a quick convo, correct?
Yes.
You were literally reporting back to your sister about the progress of your investigation in a homicide investigation, weren't you?
Objection.
Sustained. You can ask it differently.
He testified Monday that he would never discuss the details of his investigation with anybody. Remember, right after he was confronted with his childhood group friend text messages where he told them who was involved. And now he's telling his sister, do you think how'd it go with Julie? She was so nervous. Ha 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 ha. Does it make anybody else's skin crawl right now? Or is it just me? Barbie World, we do have a solo cup emoji. I just put it in the chat for you. Okay. You can ask it differently.
Were you reporting your progress to your sister about your investigation?
Objection.
Sustained.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Yeah, because that's exactly what he's doing. That's exactly what he's doing, is reporting the status of his He's opened the door by saying, I would never discuss with anybody the status of my investigation. He opened the door on that himself. Proctor did. Everything in this case has been proctored. All of the evidence has been proctored. This is just, are you kidding me? Like, why is Marcy not marching into this courtroom and having a little bit of integrity and saying, you know what, we're going to dismiss the charges? Is he too deep in? Are they too deep into this? We are 23 days into this trial, and we have not seen one shred of evidence as to the cause of death of Officer John O'Keefe. In a murder trial.
May I?
Yes.
Thank you. Were you reporting your progress of your investigation back to your sister, Courtney Proctor?
No, absolutely not.
But you did say that the conversation, the formal interview went fine. It was just a quick convo, correct?
In response to my sister indicating Julie was nervous, that's why I told her it was fine.
Trooper Proctor, Julie and Chris Albert were not actually treated like witnesses in a murder investigation. They were treated more like friends. Wouldn't you agree?
Objection.
Is that true?
Absolutely not.
After formal introductions, let's hear that part.
We've established that you're very close with your sister, Courtney, correct?
Correct.
You provided your sister with updates on important advancements during the course of your investigation into this case. Did you not periodically?
I made her aware of newsworthy stuff.
That started as early as January 29th, 2022. Isn't that right?
Don't have the exact date or content.
Well, the day of the incident, you began letting her know that you were involved, that you had been assigned, what the status was,
Yes.
the nature of the case, the fact
Correct.
that it was a homicide, correct?
Yes.
Matter of fact, you discussed who the players were, who the people were that were involved. Isn't that right?
I just mentioned Julie and Chris were out earlier in the evening.
So you mentioned the Alberts, correct?
Julie and Chris, yes.
You also mentioned the McCabe's too, didn't you? At some point.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
At 2668, Your Honor, that's the page that I'm referring to.
Proctories, I like that. Celery 08.
This point.
Absolutely
right.
not. Means yes.
Homicide, correct?
So I said 2668.
Correct. If I have my page number correct.
You're on the right page, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you.
Dave Butts says, Proctor, do you need my
Okay, go ahead, sir.
backhoe or
You wrote the word
excavator?
homicide. Is that right?
Yes.
You were describing to your sister the nature of the case that you are now assigned. Is that right?
Correct.
She wrote the Canton thing is a homicide. And you wrote, don't say a word to anyone, correct?
Correct.
And then she wrote, of course not. Isn't that right?
Yes.
And then you wrote what?
In the very least, it's suspicious.
In the very least, it's suspicious, correct?
Correct.
So at that time, at least at the time that you wrote that text on the 29th at 3:05 in the afternoon, you believed that the case was suspicious, right?
It was before we found significant pieces of evidence.
So you believed that it was suspicious that it may involve the Alberts, right?
Absolutely not.
She then writes, this is your livelihood, didn't she?
She did.
Meaning this kind of case could make or it could break your career, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
I think the jury can
She
figure out
then
what that
wrote,
means.
I would never mess with that. Is that right?
Yes.
Your sister, Trooper Proctor, was warning you that you shouldn't be investigating a case in which close friends or family members were involved.
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you take her text? This is your livelihood. I would never mess with that, as a warning from her that you shouldn't be investigating a case that involved close friends.
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Absolutely not. That was in response to don't say a word to anyone. And that was how I interpreted this is your livelihood. I would never mess with that.
A couple of minutes later, 3:07 on January 29th, you told your sister, quote, Julie and Chris were at the bar with the victim and girlfriend. Got to interview them. Is that right?
Yes.
So you were telling Courtney, your sister, updates on what your investigation advancements were, correct? Who
Just
you're gonna
that part.
Interview, why you're going to interview them.
Yes.
She wrote, you got to be kidding me, correct?
Correct.
Did you take that as you got to be kidding me? The Alberts are involved?
No, absolutely not.
And then you wrote, it's not a big deal, correct?
Correct.
And then she wrote, I bet I know the person. Sounds like it is, meaning it is a big deal, right?
Yeah, I'm not sure what she meant with those messages there.
But she did write, I bet I know the person, didn't she?
She did write that, yes.
And you know she's very close with the Alberts, correct?
And she's close with Julie and Chris.
You then wrote, no, I meant, or you wrote not. I think you meant no. I meant that they were at the bar with him, correct?
Yes.
She writes, yeah, I got that part. And then she continues on, but I know a lot of their friends, correct?
Yes.
Did you see a problem in this exchange?
Nothing jumped out at me.
Your sister's literally explaining that your family friends are suspects or possible suspects in a murder investigation that you're in charge of. Correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
And your sister's, you've already testified your sister's your best
On
friend.
January 30th, 2022 at 9:13 in the morning, your sister texted you again, quote, Jesus Christ, the party was at one of the Alberts, correct?
Yes.
And you two were discussing the fact that, to put it in her words, Jesus Christ, these are our friends, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
How did you take her Jesus Christ, the party was at one of the Alberts with 2 exclamation points? How did you take that?
That's the way I'm interpreting my sister's text messages was that surprised and shocked that this is where Mr. O'Keefe was found on the front lawn of that residence.
Could it be Jesus Christ, we know these people?
Yeah. You think?
Again, that's how I read that message.
The party.
You don't deny, Trooper Proctor, that you were routinely disclosing to your sister pretty intimate details about the investigation, correct?
I wouldn't say intimate. I'd say newsworthy stuff or just generic, nothing
Well,
too specific.
newsworthy, would you have gone to the news at this point in the investigation? Would you have gone to the news and said, Julie and Chris were at the bar. I got to go interview them.
Objection.
I'll allow that. Is that what you do, Trooper?
No, I would not do that, sir.
So it's not newsworthy. These were details, internal details about the investigation, weren't they?
Excellent point.
Yes,
And you were sharing them with your sister, Courtney Proctor, correct?
correct.
And Courtney Proctor's best friend is Jillian Daniels, and one of her closest friends is Julie Albert, right?
Correct.
Then on February 1st, 2022, your sister texts you that she's actually meeting with Julie Albert, didn't she?
Yes,
And that was before you ever interviewed Julie, correct?
yes,
So it appears that Courtney was providing information to Julie of some sort before you were able to actually interview her. Is that right?
Objection.
Sustained.
She was, well, let me ask it this way. You don't deny that Courtney was meeting with Julie before you interviewed her, correct?
Correct.
And you don't deny that you had been providing information about the case with Courtney before you interviewed Julie, correct?
Provided information that Julie and Chris were at the waterfall and I needed to interview them. Yes, that's the information I shared.
And who knows what you shared verbally, not in text messages, correct?
Right.
Objection.
Did you, we have text messages, Trooper Proctor. Did you share other information on phone calls with Courtney?
No.
So the only information we're to believe, you talk to her 5 to 6 times a day. The only information that you claim you shared with Courtney about the details of the investigation are contained in these texts, which we have.
Objection.
We banged on the
Answer that. Can you
podium.
answer that?
The information that I share with my sister contained within these texts, yes.
You never discussed this case verbally, over the phone or in person with Courtney.
On the phone, I'm sure there's been conversations that's things that have been newsworthy items that have
Newsworthy
gone
again.
to the news. There's definitely been conversations in that regard.
Did you tell the news that you had video of the incident? He's really, really said newsworthy, I think 3 times now. Remember, liars lie in threes.
Then before you ever interviewed Julie, your sister informed you that Julie actually wanted to get you a gift for your participation on this case, correct?
Yes.
She did, yeah.
In tab 5, let's turn to page 2672, Trooper Proctor. With court's permission, may we publish?
Yes, please put it up on the big screen. We need to see the big screen.
You see the text from you, what's up?
Yes.
And what's Courtney Proctor's response?
Nothing. I just saw Julie and she said, when this is all over, she wants to get you a thank you gift. And I respond with, get Elizabeth one.
Hang on just a second. Let's take them one at a time. You were asked about this on direct examination by Mr. Lally, right?
Correct.
And you looked at the jurors, paused, and said, I never asked for a gift. I never received a gift. Elizabeth never asked for a gift. She never received a gift. You remember that?
Correct.
You said you never asked for a gift, correct?
Correct.
What's your next text?
Get Elizabeth one.
Get Elizabeth one what?
Referring to a gift
Right. So you did, in fact, ask for a gift, didn't you?
for my wife who had been home with my children for the last 10 nights.
From Julie Albert
Yes.
for your participation on this case.
I don't know if that's yes.
Well, Courtney Proctor answers that question by saying, because I guess her and Chris were friends and John, and she's so proud of you for leading this investigation, correct?
Correct.
You're aware during the course of your investigation, well, let me ask it this way. Let me ask a foundational question. Do you pull phone records as a matter of course in investigations of this nature?
Yes.
Did you pull phone records in this case variously?
The phone records of
Of anybody, witnesses, suspects,
not witnesses, Mr.
individual people, whatever,
We didn't pull full phone records of witnesses.
victim.
Victim and Miss Reed.
During the course of your investigation, did you become aware that there were 67 calls between Julie Albert and your sister, Courtney, in the months following John O'Keefe's death?
Objection.
I'm going to sustain that objection.
Did you become aware during the course of your investigation of the level of communication between Julie Albert, one of the witnesses on the case, and your sister?
Objection.
I'm sustaining that objection. You can come try and convince me otherwise if you want, Mr. Jackson.
I can ask it a different way, Your Honor. Thank you.
You can come try and convince
Did
me.
you ever seek information about phone calls and communications that Julie Albert may or may not have been having with anybody else?
No.
Didn't download her phone, didn't seek her phone records.
No.
Did Courtney ever tell you that she had consistent communications with Julie Albert? Or did you know that otherwise?
Objection.
Keep in mind also that these text messages regarding the gift were made on February 1st of 2022 at 5:57 p.m. That was the day that Karen Reed was arrested. And that was 9 days before Michael Proctor interviewed Julie and Chris Albert. So why is Julie Albert telling Courtney she wants to get Michael Proctor a gift when all this is over, when the incident that day was involving Karen Reed's arrest and she had not even been interviewed at all with regard to this case? Because she's friends with John
During
O'Keefe?
the months, let me ask it this way. During the months following John O'Keefe's death, you did continue to have consistent communications with Courtney, though, didn't you?
Yes, I speak to my sister every day.
5 or 6 times a day.
Trooper Proctor, were you using Courtney, your sister, as an intermediary between you and Julie Albert?
Absolutely not.
You were well aware from the very beginning of your investigation that Colin Albert was, in fact, at 34 Fairview on the night in question, right?
Yes.
Matter of fact, you testified at the grand jury, the state court grand jury on this case, that you knew that Colin Albert was at the location, right?
Yes.
Did you make any concerted efforts to keep Colin Albert's name out of this investigation?
No.
Why is it, Trooper Proctor, that Colin Albert's name fails to appear in a single police report until July 18, 2023?
Colin Albert was not at the home. He left at approximately 12:10 a.m. before anyone from the waterfall had arrived back there.
Let's look at,
Well, that's one part of his testimony that he remembers. And what's kind of funny about that is there were some other people mentioned who had been at the house prior. Not Colin Albert, not the son of Julie Albert, his sister Courtney's best friend. His name wasn't even mentioned in any report until July 18th of 2023, which was around the time the federal grand jury was investigating. Go figure. Approximately 18 months after the murder of John O'Keefe.
obviously,
1210.
part of the job of an investigator is to be as complete and thorough as possible, correct?
Yes.
You don't just take someone's word for something. You look for corroborating evidence, don't you?
Yes.
Matter of fact, you wouldn't take a witness's word for almost anything in a reasonable investigation, would you?
Objection.
This was not a reasonable investigation.
If I find the witness to be credible and have no reason to lie, then yes, I would take their word.
Would you try to support a witness's statement or witnesses with an apostrophe, S apostrophe, their statements with corroborating evidence?
Yeah, potentially.
That corroborating evidence might be talking to other witnesses, right?
Yes.
It might be looking at cell phone data, correct?
Correct.
It might be looking at geolocation data, correct?
Oh,
You're trying to find out where someone is. You might pull information from their phone concerning geolocation data, right?
Yes.
oh, here comes the geofence, my friends. Geofence has entered the chat.
Might pull cell tower information, right?
If there's a need for it.
There's myriad ways that you can find out whether someone's telling the truth about where they were and when they were there, right?
Right.
Let's take a look at your handwritten notes from your interview with Juliana Nagel on October 5th, 2022.
There's notes?
This should be tab 7.
I thought there were no notes.
Oh,
What is it for identification?
my mistake. I thought it was in the tab. It's not. This is a 3-page document. I'll just refresh his recollection with this.
Great.
Show Mr. Lally and then go ahead.
Of course. Let me ask a foundational question, Trooper Proctor. Do you remember exactly what's in your notes from a conversation that you had on October 5th, 2022?
I don't know.
Do you think it would refresh your recollection to take a look at your handwritten notes?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
A little more than 9 months after Officer John O'Keefe was murdered. That's when he decides to interview Julie Nagel in October of 2022.
It does, sir.
Are those, to ask you if that refreshes your recollection,
It does, sir.
are those your notes, your handwritten notes from this, at least from partially from this investigation?
Yes.
Does that reflect your handwritten notes based on a conversation that you had with Juliana Nagel on or about October 5th, 2022.
Is that the Deliverance theme? Somebody didn't prep him with his notes. Wonder what his heart rate is up to. He's wearing an Apple Watch. Julie Nagel, who was so excited to see Jen McCabe come in that she decided to stay and told her brother Ryan to leave. She didn't need a ride home. She was going to get a ride home with the McCabes. Yeah, Deliverance, right? He's toast. Nowhere to run to, baby. Nowhere to hide. That's on the list too. Read real slow so you can try and think of an answer that might make just a little bit of sense. Make you look a little less of an a-hole. I don't do the cursey words on this channel because so many of you watch with your children in the room without headphones and at work. You appreciate it, so I'm happy to oblige. Donna's dad learned how to play the banjo just to play that song.
Yes.
Does this appear to be an accurate representation or an accurate copy of your notes from your interview with Juliana Nagel?
Yes.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I changed my mind. I would like to have this marked as next.
Ooh, his answer was barely verbal.
Yes, Your Honor.
Was your recollection refreshed?
Is
Yes.
it true that in your handwritten notes, you list the following individuals based on Juliana Nagel's conversation with you as being at 34 Fairview? Brian, Juliana, Mary Kent, Emily Fabiano, Courtney Alba, Colin Albert, and Sarah Levinson. Correct?
Correct.
You then drafted a report memorializing your conversation with Juliana Nagel, correct?
Yes.
And that report is a formal memorialization of your interview based on your investigation, correct?
Yes, a summary of the conversation for the interview.
And that report is the thing that's turned over to the Commonwealth, correct?
Yes.
And the report is the thing that's entered into discovery and provided to the defense.
Correct.
And isn't it true that in that report, you list the individuals that were at 34 Fairview as Brian, Mary Kent, Emily Fabiano, Sarah Levinson. Is that correct?
Yes.
What's the one name that was left out of your report on that list?
Objection.
I'll allow, was there one name left out?
The-
Break that down, Mr. Jackson.
Sure. Isn't it true that in your report, you excluded the one name, Colin Albert, from the list of individuals that were in your notes?
Yes, because he arrived later in the evening. The other females were there from the start.
At the time that you wrote
What?
your report, the formal report,
The other females were there from the start. Okay. On that list, Mary Kent, Emily Fabiano, and Courtney Alba were not there when McCabe's got there and when Albert's parents came back. They weren't there still. But you didn't put Colin Albert's name in the report, even though your notes have him in there as of October of 2022, because he wasn't there originally to celebrate little Bry's birthday? Really? Not because he's the son of your sister's best friend, Julie? Okay. Let's see how this goes over like a lead balloon.
this one,
Mhm.
wrote your report, the formal report, this one.
Mhm.
you did not believe that your handwritten notes were also going to be disclosed, did you?
Ah.
No, I knew that was a possibility.
Oh. So you were cool with just leaving it out? Lying in
When
your
you finally
report?
did get around to interviewing Colin Albert, you personally conducted that interview, did you not?
Yes,
Colin
along with
Albert
Trooper
told
Zach
you-
Clark.
One at a time.
I'm sorry.
Finish your answer, Trooper.
Please go ahead.
Yes, along with Trooper Zach Clark in my office.
Mm.
Colin Albert told you that he was picked up by Ally McCabe from his uncle's house at 12:10 a.m., correct?
12:10
Correct.
again.
Ally McCabe also told you that she picked up Colin Albert at 34 Fairview at 12:10 a.m. and then dropped him off at his house, correct?
Correct.
And then she indicated that she went straight home after that, right?
Yes.
Did you conduct any further investigation to determine whether Colin Albert and Ally McCabe were actually telling the truth about that time?
We did not.
Just took them
Oh,
at their word, correct?
Yes.
Trooper Proctor, you realize you had a forensic image at the time. You had a forensic image of Jennifer McCabe's cell phone in your possession, right?
Correct.
You're also aware that she has a Life 360 app on her phone that tracks the location of Ally McCabe,
Yeah.
correct?
I was not aware the app tracked her daughter. I knew of the Life 360 app.
so
but
full of
wasn't aware of the capability of tracking her daughter.
Did you bother to look at Jennifer McCabe's Life 360 app to determine whether Colin Albert and Ally McCabe were telling the truth about the time that they supposedly left 34 Fairview?
Objection.
Did you do that on the?
I did not.
Can we take a look at tab 8?
while we take a look at tab 8, I'm going to tell you that Jen McCabe
Do you
showed
recall-
him her Life 360 phone data when she first was interviewed by him on January 29th around 11 a.m. She showed him her Life 360 app to prove what time they arrived at One Meadows, what time she made her 911 call, what time Karen arrived at her house. He knew she had the Life 360 data. Does he want you to think that that's not what it's for, tracking your family? Pause game on point today. Let's go to tab 8, shall we? This just keeps getting better. Dig. Thank you, Bernie Heaven, for the dig.
Looking at all
emoji.
at a Life 360 app or its data from Celebrate Report.
Objection.
Did you or did you not look at any data from Life 360 from Jennifer McCabe's phone?
Objection.
All right, so this is a good time to take the morning recess.
He did.
Now, see
He
how-
did on the day that he interviewed her. It says in his report. It says in his report, Jennifer McCabe showed me the Life 360 app from her phone and blah, 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 blah. You know, because we went over this statement many times. Poor Karen. But he knows Celebrate, right? The gift, somebody said, and it went by pretty quickly, was for keeping Colin Albert out of the report and out of the case starting on February 1st, when Julie Albert told Courtney she wanted to get her brother a gift, a thank you gift. What would she be thanking him for, my friends? Why would she be thanking him? The jury's going to make the leap. You don't need to be a brain surgeon or a detective to even figure that one out. I think we can all connect the dots on that, don't you think? I'm going to put the fan away so it doesn't make us nauseous right now. I am definitely not Trooper Michael Proctor, so that's going away too. Deep breaths, everyone. We need Laura here to do some deep breathing exercises with us. Like we did one morning. That was great. But I think, mid-morning break might be a good time. Today might be a good time. Lunchtime. Thank you, Average Joe's. Here's for you for your super chat. Thank you so much for your insight in that comedy show. Hollywood Jackson is in full display, ladies and gentlemen. Bunny, thank you. Mr. Proctor, Lady Justice is blindfolded because justice is unbiased and should not be based on a person's appearance or other outside influences. Thanks, Bunny, for reminding us of that. Ben, thanks for the 5. So why drive by the scene to find evidence every day for days on end if what you had was overwhelming? 16 hours in. Great point. Peter Pranzo, one of my amazing moderators who retired NYPD. Says sad reflection on law enforcement. 55 years he was involved in law enforcement, and I have never seen any display such as this. You heard it here first, folks. Thanks, Peter. Solomon Landscaping, thank you for the 10, for thanking me and my moderators, and for loving the analysis here. My moderators are amazing, the best on YouTube. I'm not afraid to say it. Thank you, Ria Glow, for your 5. Bookham Jackson, Proctor thinking he can fit in and doing favors. Instead, he exposed and played himself. Yep. Thank you, Lori Life 360 for the win, for gifting 5 memberships. And for those of you who were randomly selected by YouTube to receive them, welcome. Penelope, thanks for the 5. I love seeing Protective Yannetti. I love seeing how protective Yannetti is with Karen Gedham Jackson. Yeah. You can see that. And you can see because Paul O'Keefe has been sitting right on top of her practically, glaring at her the entire trial. But I don't know. Has he softened? I haven't paid attention. Fireworks Butt Dialer, thanks for the 10. Every huge lie is absolutely not with all of these sketchy people. Yes, it is. Sharma Lily, thanks for the 5. I believe when he wrote, what's the story, that they've done this before. They already know what's up and we're just getting their storyline to follow. That's interesting. What's the story? Interesting point. Thanks. Moms of 4 Rose, thank you for your super chat. Thank you, Attorney Melanie and Mods. Great job. Thank you. Ashley Linnell, thanks for your super chat. LOL, he needs Yannetti at this point. I don't know what we're referring to at what point. Ben George, thank you. Stand up, jury, stretch those lies. JPC, thanks for the 10. Flashbacks of pledge and donate. Martha Ivy, thanks for being a member for 3 months. I hope Jackson takes all day with Proctor. We're here for it. We're invested and we're here. Celine, thank you for the 5. Shouldn't he have conflicted out because he lives in the town? You can't know where an investigation could take you regarding victims or witnesses. Yeah, I mean, not just that you can live in the town, I think, as long as you don't know any of the people involved. And his attempts to try and distance himself from having, knowing them isn't the same as having a relationship with them. Dude, you lied under oath to what we think is the federal grand jury in February of 2024. Like, your goose is cooked. You're done here. You are done here. The fact that he's still on active duty handling cases, that he just caught a homicide recently, a couple of months ago for a case that occurred, can't remember where, but you guys told me, and I read about it too, is mind numbing. Are they short-staffed? How could they? I'm not going to rant right now. Skeptic, thanks for becoming a member. And Elsin in Massachusetts, thanks for becoming a member. And Dennis, thanks for the 10. Mr. O'Keefe is gone. Yeah, I highlighted that earlier. Thank you, Dennis. I don't know why he left, but I can imagine. Courtney with a K, thanks for the 5. Another one bites the dust, referencing state witnesses. It's kind of been one after the other during this case, isn't it? Like dominoes just falling over. David Moulton, thank you. Restating and leaning into the text. Brilliant. And listen, if Lally can repeat the answer in every single question he asks, so can Alan Jackson. Thank you, Marianne, so much for your $10 super sticker. I appreciate you. And for Deborah Goodlow, became a new member. Welcome, welcome, Q-Bird. Good morning, Q-Bird. Thank you for your super sticker. Finishing touch. Have O'Keefe's commented at all about their belief of who did this? Are they with Karen or believe she's guilty? I believe, from what I have heard and through the grapevine and been told, and you folks who live locally have said, Mrs. O'Keefe believes 100% Karen is guilty. Mr. O'Keefe, not so much. Nina, thank you for your super chat. So his sister and his buddies knew exactly that the Alberts were involved, but the whole of law enforcement didn't. Give me a break. Yeah. Listen, juries don't leave their common sense at the door. We still have 10 women on this jury and 6 men because we lost one of the men today. Somebody said it was the man who constantly had his head in his lap. And I'm not sure why he could no longer serve, but the judge said it was for personal reasons. So we're down to 16. 12 will eventually serve on the jury, and there are still 4 alternates left. Mamacita, thanks for being a member for 2 months. Norfolk County District Attorney tried to get me fired for this. It was a lie. Tried to get you fired for this case? That's horrific. I'm sorry. Sandy, thanks for the 10. New sub here and a little behind in the stream, but I'm wondering why he isn't pleading the fifth to some of this inquiry, particularly his prior testimony. Is that even an option for him? Thanks. Yeah, it is an option for him. He is represented by counsel. He's under internal affairs investigation, at least by the Massachusetts State Police, and FBI investigation, probably. So why his attorney's not in there advising him, I don't know. Is his attorney in the courtroom? I don't know. I don't know who his attorney is. Does anybody know? I'll look to the chat for that. Glenna, thanks for your super sticker. Cam, Proctorides. That's a good one, Cam. Thanks for the super sticker. Laura, am I in an alternate universe? Are we in reality? Laura, we are all there with you in the upside down, where videos are mirrored with maybe an intent to deceive the jury as to what they think they're seeing and being gaslit. We are all there with you. That's why the Twilight Zone spiral has been my background of every thumbnail for this trial, because we feel like we're in an alternate universe. And there are some people out there who seem to be watching a completely different trial. Well, from Diggy Diggy Hole by Windrose, thanks for contributing to the playlist. Thomas T. New song, Frank Zappa, Don't Eat the Yellow Snow. Jen Lee says, please read wife's post during lunch and review for us. You know, I can't verify that she really wrote that. So I do not want to show that on my channel. If you guys want to find it, maybe you can tell people where they can find it if they want to read it. So, you know, I'm fact-based here and opinion-based, obviously, but I don't want to read something and attribute it to someone when I can't actually prove that that person really read it. I hope you can understand that. Kristen, thanks so much for your super chat. Not only did he leave Colin Albert out of the reports, but remember, he misspelled everyone's name in the reports. Welcome to our nightmare. Sadly, Karen's reality. Yeah, it's mind-numbing, right? Sarah was spelled wrong. I forget what other names were spelled wrong. But, you know, were Mary Kent, Emily Fabiano, and Courtney Alba ever interviewed? I don't think so. I've never heard anything about them being interviewed. Suzanne says, FYI, Microdots was friends with John O'Keefe. They played basketball together. He's fighting for Karen and John. God bless Microdots. Yeah, go follow Microdots on YouTube and all the other socials. He's been hired by the defense team to make graphics for them. And he made a lot of videos about this case prior thereto. Deneen, Vinnie Politan still believes Karen did it? I don't know. I kind of saw some commentary by him, I think yesterday, maybe, and the day before on his own personal YouTube channel. But truthfully, I didn't watch the whole entire thing. But he seemed outraged at the beginning. Outraged. Did they find John's wallet? I think they did. I think they did. I think one of the first responders testified that they did find his wallet. And that's how they knew that he was a first responder. But they also, or that he was a police officer, but they also were told that initially by Kerry Roberts or Jen McCabe when asked if he was a drug user. I think Jen McCabe said, no, he's a Boston police officer. JC, not the JC, are you? I've seen only a very few people in different streams who think Karen's guilty. The majority are seeing that the evidence just isn't there to prove the case. I will tell you that there are many, many people who have many, many, many accounts and many, many, many screen names. I will tell you something also, that the other JC, the one who snuck up onto the porch, whose name I refuse to say out loud, posted a post. I don't remember. Somebody sent it to me. If it was, I don't remember what day it was. Dissing Sean McDonough for having a DUI 30 years ago. And he's been very open about it. So nobody's doxing him except for this JC, who apparently used to work for the FBI. You know who I'm talking about. You can find it. But this woman's posts are next level insane. They're getting to be next level insane. She's attacked me several times on that cesspool of X, formerly called Twitter. And now I think I know why they call it X. Because remember in all the old cartoons, they would have a bottle of poison and it would say XXX on it. It's poison. It's poison. But really, posting about Sean McDonough's DUI from 30 years ago and the documents as if to say somehow that Karen Reed is guilty because of that. Yeah. Yep. Blair saw it. How disgraceful. The things that she has been tweeting about this case that you have sent me are next level. There are no words. Sean's brother did pass away, and I did express condolences yesterday, but for those of you who didn't know, he had posted something a little bit cryptic like law enforcement advised me something, and this woman spun it around to mean that he's being arrested. Law enforcement contacted Sean McDonough to tell him that his brother had passed away, to make the trip to wherever his brother was, which is far away from where Sean lives in Florida. Repulsive. It's really repulsive. Some people just want attention. I don't know. I think, and I don't know the business model of Twitter, but does Twitter pay people with big followings? Like, can you monetize on Twitter? And is it based on engagement, whether it's good or bad? So the more engagement you get on Twitter, the more money Twitter pays you. I don't know. Is that where his brother lived, Anne? Tell the truth, in Nevada? Yes, Las Vegas. Allie McCabe said Colin wasn't in the house when Officer John O'Keefe was in the house, to paraphrase. Yeah, she said Colin wasn't in the house when John O'Keefe was there. Right? Coffin stalker. That's what she said. Thank you, Dawn, so much for the Venmo. YouTube takes 30% of super chats. So people who send Venmo, appreciate it so much. And also, if you want to remain anonymous, which a lot of you do, just in the beginning of your comment on the Venmo or the Cash App or whatever, just put anon, please, and I won't read your name. But if you do have questions, clearly, obviously put them in there and I will address them as well as from super chats. Thank you, Kevin, for your Venmos. Says, thanks for the Karen Reed commentary. And the fan is still up. Don't worry. We are not missing a thing, my friends. We're not missing a thing. Oh, wow. Somebody wrote me a very long message with a coffee. Thank you, Anonymous, for your coffee, and says, I've lost everything I've worked for 40 years because of a lying cop. And goes on and on with a very tragic story. And you don't need to give me coffee. Don't give me coffee. I'm very, very sorry that happened to you. And I won't read your whole story because I don't know that you want any of that public. But Joanne, thanks for the Venmo, says, this is Mark Furman all over again. I think this is worse than Mark Furman, to be honest. I do. Let me know what you think in the chat. Thank you, Mama Montana, for your Venmo. Says you're a superstar to many of us. Thank you. I'm just calling it like I see it. I am, since I started digging into this, it just became more and more apparent to me what was going on here. And I could not stay quiet about the fact that they're looking to convict a woman on murder charges and throw her in jail for life based on this farce of an investigation. And that it involves the death of a Boston police officer. We lost sight of that. That this guy's testifying to you that he closed the case within 16 hours based on his conversations with the McCabe's and Brian Albert, a Boston cop, because of this overwhelming witness that none of us can see. Thank you, San, for buying me a matcha latte. I appreciate you too. It's mind-numbing. Shannon, thanks for your super chat. Trial, a right, court. Trial is a right. Court, deny or decide, get one. KPSS. Nina, Mel, after Karen's acquitted, can the feds order the Canton police to reinvestigate? I mean, maybe they should hire an independent, prosecutor to come in and investigate. I don't know that Canton police did the initial investigation and they found a broken, clear drinking glass and 6 drops of blood that they collected in solo cups. I mean, you're going to trust them to reinvestigate this? They didn't find all those pieces of red taillight that the Massachusetts CERT team found sometime after 6 p.m. or after 5 p.m. after the crime scene was left unattended and unsecured for 10 hours or so. Kathleen, thank you. Trooper Proctor should be removed from his post immediately. The state of Massachusetts should be outraged. I think there are a lot of them here, and I think they are outraged. Stephanie, thank you for your $20 super sticker. You're very generous. Selma, thank you for your super sticker. Athena, thank you for your $10 super chat. Retired attorney, 40 years of practice, early years as a prosecutor, have never, ever witnessed a trial as corrupt as this. Free Karen Reed. Thank you, Athena. 40 years. You made it a very long time. As you know, it can be a soul-sucking occupation. Thank you, Athena, for chiming in. Uncle Fredo, good morning. Thanks for the 10. They picked the wrong woman to try and frame. Weak men fear strong, educated, intelligent women like you, Melanie and Karen. Free Karen Reed. And justice for John O'Keefe. Thank you, Uncle Fredo. Franco Cimino, thank you. Are we sure we're in a USA court and not some third world country? This is surreal. It is. Kathy Todd, thank you. Says, thanks for educating me through your commentary. Kathy, thank you so very much for being here. Karina, hubby John wants to add Dizzy Rascal sirens. Okay. All right. All right, John. All right, Karina's hubby John. We're going to put that on the list. Dizzy Rascal by Siren. Dizzy Rascal is the band, I guess. And Sirens. I'm not familiar with that one, but I will look it up and I'll add it to the list. Perry Raven, Liz Proctor, lied about threats to her family and children in her post supporting Michael Proctor. None of it happened except she got bad reviews after she tried to get other people fired. I've heard that too. I don't know if that's accurate. I don't know. I don't know the details of what Elizabeth Proctor may or may not have done. So thanks for that. So it's interesting. I think she's on the witness list for the defense, right? On top, thanks for another super sticker. You're so sweet. And Lori, Life 360 for the win, says the name of the town I live in is called Proctor. I want to move. Wow, really? Wow, that's crazy. All right, the fan is still up, my friends. I'm just going to get up and stretch my legs for 1 minute. Don't go anywhere. I'm just going to put up court is on a break for 1 second. And if it starts, I'll be back in 2 seconds. So don't you worry. We can always rewind. They're back. We're back.
All right, Mr. Jackson, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Trooper Proctor, did you include in your investigative file any Sallyport report related to the Life 360 app that was on Ms. McCabe's phone that you earlier testified to?
Trooper Garino was our cell phone expert, kind of handled that. So I'm not positive if that report, if he generated that report.
Okay, so it goes without saying, I shouldn't say that because if it goes without saying, I shouldn't say it. Did you review a Life 360 report in an effort to determine whether or not Colin and Allie were telling the truth?
No.
You grew up in Canton, did you not?
Yes.
I don't want an address, but just generally as a crow flies, how close would you say you live from the Albert residence at the former Albert residence at 34 Fairview in Canton?
2-3 miles.
How about from the McCabe residence? And again, don't give me any addresses.
Maybe a mile.
You know, given the fact that you grew up in Canton, that it's about a mile walk through some woods to get to Canton High School from 34 Fairview, correct?
Oh,
Yes.
Did you have any Canton police officers canvass the area around the high school or filling stations around the high school, gas stations around the high school for video surveillance footage?
No.
Did you have any conversations with anybody from Canton about video surveillance concerning the high school and or surrounding gas stations?
Yes.
Who is that?
It was Officer Galanis.
Can you turn to tab 9, please? First, let me ask you if you recognize these texts with any individual.
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize those texts?
That was a text communication between Officer Galanis and myself.
Taking a look at those text communications, do you see the inclusive dates of those on the face sheet
Yes,
document?
I do.
What are those inclusive dates?
First message sent, date and time, February 18th, 2022, 1:02 p.m. Last message sent, date and time, February 18th, 2022, 2:05 p.m.
These are texts on a single day, correct?
That's correct.
If you would look at page 2623. Your Honor, may I publish?
Is there any objection?
Same one, but
I'll let you publish it.
Thank you. Yes, you may publish. In this text, you're asking a member of the Canton Police Department to look around the surrounding area of 34 Fairview Road for camera equipment, correct?
I was asking if they had any knowledge of cameras in the area.
Okay. And of course, that was to an officer who was employed by which department?
Canton Police Department.
Which you knew at the time that you asked for assistance in February of 2022 had been recused from the case, correct?
Correct.
And should have no investigative involvement in the case, correct?
I did not request for them to pull video. I just simply asked, what are some good cameras in the area?
Which is an assistance for you in your investigation, correct?
They have more knowledge in the area as far as useful
Dude.
cameras. So yes, I reached out regarding cameras in the area.
For assistance from Canton PD officers, correct?
Yes.
Whom you knew to be recused.
Yes.
Correct? Yes. You specifically asked Officer Galanis whether, quote, the high school had cameras facing the street, correct?
Correct.
And Officer Galanis writes back, the Canton Mutual gas station has unreal cameras. That's how I picked up that kid, and it had him walking into the woods by the new street Larkin Court, correct?
Correct.
You responded, good to know, I'll add that to the list, correct?
Yes.
Did any of the reports you turned over in discovery ever mention the Canton Mutual gas station cameras or the cameras from Canton High School?
No, because we did not retrieve any video from those locations.
And you didn't mention in your report that you even sought the footage from those locations, correct?
I don't believe so.
You did say that you would add it to the quote list. Is that right?
Yes.
And you're aware, obviously, as a responsible as one of your responsibilities to maintain and keep your handwritten notes from all communications, all investigative activities involved in the case, correct?
Yes,
And you have no notes on this conversation, correct?
correct.
Mm-hmm. Remember Allie's Life 360
As the lead
data.
investigator,
Allie's Life 360 data that she was crossed about on the stand has her somewhere near the high school after 1 a.m. She denied it.
Trooper Proctor, you are responsible ultimately for deciding which witnesses will be interviewed and which witnesses will not be interviewed, correct?
Like I mentioned yesterday or Monday, it's a collaborative effort within the office. So we bounce ideas off each other as far as what witnesses need to be interviewed, et cetera. So it's more of a group effort, a group decision.
But as the case officer, you make some of the final decisions on who's going to be investigated, who's going to be interviewed, things of that nature, right?
Facilitate certain areas, yes.
I want to talk about some of the witnesses that you interviewed in the days and weeks immediately following Mr. O'Keefe's death. You interviewed Brian Albert, correct?
Correct.
Nicole Albert, yes?
Yes.
Chris Albert,
Yes.
Julie Albert,
Yes.
Jennifer McCabe,
Yes.
her husband Matt McCabe.
Correct.
All those individuals are related in one way or another, either through marriage or otherwise, to each other, correct?
Yes, that's my understanding.
And you also interviewed Brian Higgins, is that right?
Yes.
I want to talk for a second about the individuals that you did not immediately choose to interview. Julie Nagel wasn't interviewed until October 2022, correct?
Correct.
That's 7 months after the incident, right?
Correct.
Sarah Levinson was not interviewed until October of 2022, also 7 months later, correct?
Correct.
Caitlin Albert was interviewed July 6th, 2023, correct?
Yes.
That's 16 months after the incident. Is that right?
Correct.
Brian Albert Jr., July
nothing
6th,
left.
2023, right?
Yes, sir.
Allie McCabe, August of 2023, correct?
Yes, sir.
That's 18 months after the incident, correct?
Correct.
Heather Maxson, she was not interviewed until September 21st, 2023, 17 months later, correct?
Correct.
Or that's actually, my math is off, that's about 18 months later, is that right?
Correct.
Richard D'Antano, September 2nd, 2023, is that right?
Yes.
So you waited more than 18 months to interview him as well, is that right?
Yes.
And then Brian Loughran, snowplow driver, August 2023, 17 months after the incident, correct?
Mhm.
Correct.
I want to talk for a second about this last individual, Brian Loughran. He also goes by the name Lucky, is that right?
Yes.
Lucky Loughran. You testified under oath on April 21st, 2022 in the state court grand jury proceeding that no snowplow traveled down Fairview Road on January 29th, correct?
Correct.
Oh,
Why did you say that, Trooper Proctor?
That was based off interviews with Mr. Trotter that the plows weren't out until they met up at 2:30. And then it was my understanding they were focusing on the main roadways.
You're aware that Michael Trotter testified in this case?
he sure did.
Okay.
Were you aware or not?
No.
Okay.
Oh,
You did, in fact, interview Michael Trotter, did you not?
Yes.
And isn't it true that Michael Trotter told you that, in fact, Brian Loughran was plowing 34 Fairview that morning?
Objection.
Is that what he told you?
I don't recall that statement from him.
you gonna call him a liar?
Michael Trotter testified that that's what he told you. Do you have any quarrel with that?
Objection.
That's his statement.
You have any
In
quarrel with that?
reality, Trooper Proctor, you did not want to speak to anybody in the weeks and months following this incident who didn't fit your narrative, correct?
Objection.
It's kind of correct.
I'll allow it. Is that true?
That's simply not true. Absolutely not.
Certainly, you didn't want to talk to anybody who could say that there was no body on the lawn at 2:30 in the morning. Is that right?
No, it's not true.
Are you aware that Lucky Loughran, in fact, did report that there was no body on
Objection,
the
Your
lawn
Honor.
at 2:30?
So the objection sustained, I'm going to strike that.
Did you include anything in your investigative report throughout the entire time you've been in charge of this investigation about Lucky Loughran and his observations?
Not until Sergeant Buchanan and I interviewed him.
Mm,
And that was when?
after the defense
I
did.
can't recall the exact date.
Good.
And that was after the defense brought him to your attention, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Not true?
Correct.
Hmm. You didn't look so hard,
Are
did
you
you?
still the case agent in charge of this case?
Yes.
Oh,
As the lead investigator and the case agent, you're aware it's also your responsibility and your obligation to investigate all potential individuals, right? All potential suspects.
Yes.
You're obligated to investigate anybody who would have a motive, a means, and an opportunity to commit the crime or the offense, correct?
Correct.
Motive includes anything from financial gain to could just be revenge, right?
Yes.
Could be a lover's quarrel, correct?
Yes.
Or it could be someone who's interested in someone romantically, correct?
ooh.
Could be an argument inside of a vehicle.
Did he really just say that?
Sorry, I didn't.
Did he really just say that? Could be an argument inside of a vehicle. You're going to be an a-hole even more now after you've already ruined your family. This is the fall of the House of Proctor. And now you're going to say it could also be it's from an argument in a vehicle. Whoever said there was an argument in the vehicle, sir? Where did you get that information? Is that something Jen McCabe told you? Oh, yes, he did, Missy. Oh, no, he didn't. Oh, yes, he did. We need to hear that again. And I think the judge said, sorry, I didn't hear you. You wise ass smug mofo.
To investigate anybody who would have a motive, a means, and an opportunity to commit the crime or the offense, correct?
Correct.
Motive includes anything from financial gain to could just be revenge, right?
Yes.
Could be a lover's quarrel, correct?
Yes.
Or it could be someone who's interested in someone romantically, correct?
Could be an argument inside of a vehicle.
Wow.
Sorry, I didn't hear that.
Say it again.
What
I
was your
didn't hear him
answer?
either.
So, or it could be an argument contained inside a vehicle as well.
Ah, yeah, which is the conclusion you jumped to 17 hours into your investigation, right?
Objection.
Overruled.
Is that right?
It's something, evidence we have contained within cell phones reiterates that fact.
When you decided that you were gonna make sure that the girl, I think that's what you called her, the girl was gonna have serious charges brought against her 17 hours into your investigation, you didn't have any evidence whatsoever that there was an argument inside the vehicle, did you?
To go towards intent? No. But as far as the physical evidence goes, we have compelling evidence indicating Miss Reed struck Mr. O'Keefe with her vehicle.
So you just did
Okay,
this.
Mr. Jackson, I just have to keep your voice up.
He asked you about a fight inside the vehicle, and now you're saying about him being struck. The way to flip the script, just answer the question you want to answer. Answer the question, Bear. Thanks, McDickles. MacDickles, answer the question, Bear. It was moving so quickly. And now the judge is like, keep up your voice, Mr. Proctor, because we are not going to sweat this jury out. We want them to be nice and comfortable in the air conditioning while they listen to this.
Trooper Proctor, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
You just did this piecemeal. So when you decided that the girl, Ms. Reed, was going to get serious charges against her, didn't have any indication of any intent, you just decided, oh, okay, I'm just going to go with the physical evidence today. I'll figure out intent later. I'll figure out motive later.
Yeah.
Right?
Yes.
Oh, reverse engineering. Don't look at anybody else. Wow. He just told the jury that he was just going to figure out the motive later and the intent later, that he was hell-bent that she did it. We're going to just rewind that again for effect.
Oh, okay. Didn't have any indication of any intent. You just decided, oh, okay, I'm just going to go with the physical evidence today. I'll figure out intent later. I'll figure out motive later, right?
Yes.
Because that's the way we do it here. I'm in shock and horror right now that he just said that. We'll just figure out
Motive,
motive.
means, and opportunity. We've talked a little bit about motive. What about means? The physical ability to commit the crime, right? That's obviously important.
Yes.
And the opportunity. It's a physical proximity to the incident, correct? Or the
Correct.
physical ability to commit the crime, correct?
Correct.
Did you investigate all potential suspects who would have had the motive, means, and opportunity to kill John O'Keefe?
Even just one other one?
Yes. And that
Really? Who?
motive, means factored in with the physical evidence
Dude, there was none.
pointed directly at Miss Reed. There's no one else had any motive. Mr. O'Keefe never went inside Fairview Road.
Says
And you
who?
got all that, of course, from the Albertson case, right?
Yes.
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Did you ever go in the house? Did you ever go inside the house? Did you ever look around inside the house? Did you ever investigate inside the house?
Let's talk about Brian Higgins for a second.
Oh,
You know
let's.
that name?
I do, sir.
You personally interviewed Mr. Higgins, correct?
Sergeant Buchanan and I did, yes.
You keep adding other people into the interviews. I'm asking what you did, not what you and somebody else did. Did you personally interview Brian Higgins?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Yes, I did.
He's a fellow law enforcement officer, and you knew that, right?
Yes.
He was a colleague of yours, correct?
He worked in a different agency, yes.
You waited until February 10th to conduct a pre-scheduled interview with Mr. Higgins, didn't you?
Yes.
And you interviewed him in the presence of his attorney, correct?
Correct.
He told you that he was engaged in a flirtatious relationship with Miss Reed.
He did.
As a matter of fact, he told you that he was engaged in a flirtatious relationship with Miss Reed over text messages, but on at least one occasion that resulted in a kiss, correct?
Yes.
And then he also told you that he had taken the liberty to extract certain conversations from his own cell phone, right?
Correct.
And he brought you a hard copy of those text messages, right?
He did.
And you knew that those text messages were messages that he curated to give to you, right?
Yes.
He's the one that made the determination of what was important, what was not important to give to you, his interviewer, right?
Objection.
Was that your understanding, Trooper?
It was my understanding Mr. Higgins was being very forthcoming by providing those messages. It's not uncommon for witnesses to take screenshots or send us emails or send us text messages. So he just had a different means of producing text messages.
And when you say means, does that mean he used his best friend, Matt Kelch, to show him how to use FBI equipment for his own personal gain, which is a federal crime? Are those the means you're talking about?
Well, you were actually asked that question in a different proceeding
Oh, good.
under different questioning. And you were asked whether or not in your career as a law enforcement officer, has any person or witness ever brought a self-extraction of text messages to an in-person interview, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Mm-hmm.
Correct. Most
And your answer was,
civil.
your
No.
answer was, Trooper Proctor, you had never experienced that in the history of your career,
He
correct?
just lied
Correct.
again. He just lied again.
So you became aware pretty early on that Mr. Higgins at least had a motive to want to visit harm on John O'Keefe, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
No, absolutely not.
Well, you knew he had this flirtatious relationship with Karen Reed, is that right?
Yes.
You became aware that he ignored, you saw the text messages, you became aware that Karen Reed actually ignored text messages from Mr. Higgins while at the Waterfall Bar and Grill with John O'Keefe, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Yes.
And you're aware that at 12:20 a.m., Brian Higgins sent a text message to John O'Keefe, coaxing him to 34 Fairview, correct?
Yes, he
Objection.
did.
I'll see you at sidebar on this.
Well, maybe it wasn't exactly coaxing. Maybe that's what the objection is about. But he did say, "You coming here?" Question mark at 12:20 a.m. after he had texted Karen at the Waterfall, Brian Higgins, at 11, 32, I want to say. Well, and she didn't respond to him. But Brian Higgins did not want to admit on the phone that he was being ghosted on the phone. He did not want to admit on the stand that he was being ghosted by Karen because, he said she was just working the room.
That, may I inquire?
Yes.
Thank you. You're aware that at 2:20 a.m., Brian Higgins sent a text message to John O'Keefe
Wait, not
prompting
2:20,
him
12:20.
to go to 34 Fairview, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow that one. Go ahead.
I don't recall that text.
Do you recall a text from Brian Higgins to John O'Keefe after they left Waterfall? Where are you at?
I don't recall that one either.
You also recognized that Brian Higgins certainly had the means to commit the crime, correct?
No, I don't.
He's a big guy. Certainly had the physical ability to get into a physical altercation with John O'Keefe, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
Just because he's a big guy doesn't mean doesn't have the means or the motive to hurt Mr. O'Keefe.
I wouldn't ask
They
you
were
about
friends.
I wasn't asking about motive. I'm asking about means.
I'm
Could he
twitching.
do it? Could he throw a punch? Knock a guy down, knock a guy out?
I can't speak to his fighting ability, sir.
Well, you've met him, right?
That one interview, yes.
Yeah, he's huge. Do you agree?
Objection.
Did you see video of him playing grab ass in the bar with Brian Albert, doing their moves, doing their wrestling moves? You realize that he's an ATF agent, right? So I'm assuming he's got a gun too, right? He's got lots of means. And you're saying he was his friend? He wouldn't have hurt him? Dude, he's hitting on his friend's girl. He wants the real deal with her. You saw that in the messages that he brought you on February 10th. But you don't think he's got motive because he's friends with John O'Keefe? So much for the bro code, guys.
Sustained.
He's a big dude, right?
Wow.
Yeah, he's a big guy.
Bigger than me, right?
Yeah.
Bigger than you.
Yep,
You knew that he was former military
I did, yes.
and is a trained ATF agent, federal agent, right?
Yes,
And you were in possession of video surveillance from the Waterfall Bar and Grill, correct?
yes,
And literally in the minutes before John O'Keefe's death, you saw video surveillance of Brian Higgins and Brian Albert taking fighting stances with one another, correct?
I interpreted that as horsing around.
I didn't ask you how you interpreted it, Trooper Proctor. I asked you if you saw it.
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you
There's
see
no
it or
objection to
not?
that.
I did.
And what you saw was these guys taking fighting stances, correct?
Objection.
Playing grab
That what you
ass.
saw?
Playful fighting stances.
What? Wait.
That what you saw?
Playful fighting stances.
Playful fighting stances. Okay. This guy may be the worst detective in the history of detectives ever. Playful fighting stances.
But you waited until February 10th to interview him, correct?
Yes,
And you decided not to image his phone. Is that right?
correct.
You didn't ask for consent to search his phone or to take his phone, correct?
No,
You didn't seek a search warrant to get his phone. Is that right?
no, sir.
Did you know that on January 29th at 2:22 a.m., there was a call between him and Brian Albert that morning?
I was not aware of that.
Might have been important to your investigation, don't you think?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Depends what I don't know what the call was
I'm
about.
sorry, finish that. Depends.
I don't know what the call was about. I don't know if they actually connected and communicated what the length of the call was. So
Right. And you never asked, did you?
I was unaware that call took place.
And you unaware that that call took place because you didn't get his phone.
You didn't investigate at all.
Typically, we don't get witnesses' phones, sir.
You were unaware of that call at that time because you didn't seek his phone, correct?
Objection.
You took Karen Reed's phone. No sirens yet today, Brian. You're right.
Overruled.
Overruled.
Correct.
The medical examiner notified you on April 28th, 2022, that the manner of death, in her words, could not be determined. Is that right?
Yes.
She
Mhm.
would not rule, at least in terms of the manner of death, would not rule this a homicide. Is that right?
That's correct.
And you agree that that's obviously a pretty significant finding.
Objection.
I'll allow it.
No, to prove a murder.
Her finding doesn't alter how we conduct our investigation, whether if it's undetermined or ruled a homicide. We're still going to continue to investigate one way, regardless of her determination.
You obviously were not pleased with that. You were not pleased with that determination, right?
It didn't matter one way or the other because, like I said, we continue on with the investigation.
On April 28th, that same day, you received a text message from Trooper DeChico, correct?
Yes.
You turn to tab 11, please.
What's the ID number?
This is 2618. I'm sorry, tab 11
Triple
is
F.
GGG.
Oh, this is
triple
great.
G
I mean, this
golf.
goes to black and white attempts to influence the medical examiner's report.
May I, Your Honor?
Conduct
Yes.
Do you
unbecoming.
have that in front of you, Trooper Proctor?
I do, sir.
You turn to page 2618. Do you see a text message received from Trooper DeChico with a photograph of the autopsy report?
Yes.
And that autopsy report indicates undetermined. Is that right?
For manner, yes.
In response, you wrote a text message to DeChico, correct?
Oh, you did.
I did.
What was your response?
Of course, it's undetermined.
And then what else did you write?
She was a whack job.
Of course, it's undetermined. She was a whack job, right? Those
Of
are
course.
your two responses, correct?
Yes.
Of course, it
We're
refers to
talking
the
about
Emmy.
Dr. Scorti-Bello, the female medical examiner who came to the determination that this was undetermined in terms of the manner of death, correct?
I'm not sure who I'm referencing as far as she was a whack job, but the of course it's undetermined is a sarcastic response from me.
Oh, that's so funny. That's so funny that you say you're not sure who you're referring to when you say whack job. Because last time you were on the stand, which was 2 days ago, Monday, because yesterday was a day off, you said that you were referring to Karen Reed as a whack job. That's what you said on the stand on Monday. But now you're not sure. Huh.
Have a moment, Your Honor.
Sure.
That's what you testified to on Monday, right, guys? Are we being gaslit again? Because that's what I heard. We can roll back the video from YouTube if anybody wants.
The reason you referred to Dr. Scorti-Bello as a whack job is because the cut and dry case that you had hoped for wasn't really going your way, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
It's true, though.
When you referred to she's a whack job, were you referring to Dr. Scorti-Bello?
I don't recall.
That
Were
would suck for you
displeased
if you admitted it.
with the undetermined finding instead of a homicide finding because that was an obstacle in your investigation?
Objection.
You can break that down.
Were you displeased about the undetermined finding?
No.
Would you have rather had a determined finding that it was a homicide?
At the end of the day, it doesn't matter to my office. We still investigate the same exact way if it's ruled determined, undetermined, or homicide.
Mm.
Well, then why would you say, of course it's undetermined? She was a whack job, sarcastically.
sarcastic remark I made to Trooper DeChico.
Right, which sort of suggests displeasure rather than the reverse, correct?
Objection.
Was
You
it
agree that it's extremely unusual for the manner of death to be undetermined in a homicide investigation you've worked on, correct?
Objection.
This tape.
How many murder cases in the history of your career have you worked on in which the medical examiner made the determination that the manner of death could not be determined?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that.
let me guess, you don't know?
I wouldn't feel comfortable putting a number on it. It's not a lot. I couldn't ballpark it for you, but I know it's not a lot.
You wouldn't feel comfortable putting a number on it, but you feel comfortable convicting Karen Reed of murder within 16 hours of the incident. Not even looking at anybody else, not even trying to find any other evidence, motive, means, or opportunity on behalf of anybody else who was in 34 Fairview that evening or anywhere in the world. But you're not comfortable saying how many murder investigations, how many homicide investigations you've had with an undetermined manner of death on the death certificate? Okay, I'm sure that Alan Jackson has the number.
Well, Trooper Proctor, you were asked this exact question in February of 2024 at another proceeding.
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
And you indicated that you had never seen it in your entire career, correct?
Ta-da! Were you lying then or are you lying now?
I'm trying to run it.
Well, you were asked the question, so first, what do you mean by, of course it's undetermined? And your answer was, I said it at the time. It was kind of like, not like figuratively, of course, and of course, like I had never really seen that before in a homicide, end quote. Correct?
Yes.
Your statement in February of 2024, under oath, was you'd literally never seen that in any homicide you've ever worked, right?
Yes.
After she reached that conclusion, you discussed this with one of your colleagues about how you tried to put pressure on her to change her or alter her opinion, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow it. Is
that
that what
right?
you did?
Pressure? Absolutely not.
Semantics, such a narcissist. We have a handcuff emoji. I just put it in there for you.
Let's turn to tab 12.
Unbelievable. I want to know what the jury's doing right now.
What's this for identification?
This one, I'm just checking. This is HHH as in hotel. Your Honor, for this one, may I publish?
Yes, please. We need some more visuals.
So I've got them mismarked. What's the bottom? What's the base
Sure,
stamp
it's
number?
2632.
Yep. You're right. No one will ever have
Why don't you
closure
come
in
to
this
side
case
back for a
Sorry.
minute, please?
because
The face page is 26,
of this guy.
28. Maybe that helps.
Okay.
Got it?
Okay.
Within that
R.I.P..
packet, we'll turn to 2632.
Officer O'Keefe. Thank you, Des, for putting that in
Yes,
there.
go ahead.
Thank you. To begin with, Trooper Proctor, do you recognize the face page of that series of text messages in tab 12?
Yes.
Is that the text messages between you and Trooper DeChico, one of your colleagues?
It is. Yes.
Turn to page 2632, if you wouldn't mind. Tell me when you're ready.
Go ahead, sir.
Trooper DeChico texted you, rookie move, not going into a meeting with the ME and getting that homicide determination, correct?
Yes.
How did you interpret that? Rookie move, not getting that homicide determination.
Knowing Trooper DeChico, it's him busting my chops and joking with me.
Because you see it as your job, you and Trooper DeChico, to go in and get the homicide determination. That's your job, right?
Not at all, sir.
You're not looking so much for her opinion as looking to give her your opinion, right?
Absolutely not.
You responded Yuri and I, who's Yuri?
Sergeant Buchanan.
Yuri and I had 2 conference calls with her, sent her numerous photos, etc. We laid out the entire case for her. That was your response, correct?
Yes.
You were explaining how much effort you went to try to get her to change your opinion to homicide, right?
Objection.
Mhm.
No, not at all.
DeChico then responds, not good enough. Should have had me and Jeff do it, right?
Yes, that was his response.
Busting your chops that you didn't meet the standard of getting her to change her mind to make it a homicide, right? That's what he was. That's what he was
Yeah.
busting your chops about.
Yep. They've done it before.
We wouldn't
Right, Deneen?
never try to change the mind of a medical examiner. The doctor who conducts the autopsy often has questions. They want to know the facts, kind of what had transpired leading up to a victim's death. It happens not only in homicides, but the unattended deaths we also attend to, a suicide and overdose. So it's common to have these conversations with doctors.
Right. But in response to getting the information that she made the determination and held on to it, that this was undetermined, your answer was, of course it's undetermined. She was just a whack job, right?
With sarcasm.
Wow.
Ultimately, did the doctor change her opinion?
No.
But the determination of the medical examiner, that didn't matter to you, right? Because you had already decided you were going to charge Miss Reed with murder anyway. weren't you?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Yeah, the determination did not matter as we continued on with the investigation.
Notwithstanding the medical findings in the case, correct? That it was not determined to be a homicide, right?
Considering the manner, but
But
And that's
what?
because even though in the words of the prior group chat that this whole thing stinks, you were going to make it cut and dry by putting it on the girl, putting serious charges on the girl, notwithstanding what the medical examiner said, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
Asked and answered, but jury gets it.
You were actually asked this question, whether or not it would have an impact on your decision, notwithstanding what the medical examiner's decision was, correct? Your decision to charge her. Is that right?
yes.
On February 1st, 2024, you were asked, so what you're telling this grand jury today, and you expect this grand jury to believe that you didn't care whether the medical examiner came back with a homicide determination? It doesn't matter to you? And your answer, quote, no, because either way, Ms. Reed was going to be charged. Right?
Correct.
Right.
That's how you make a case cut and dry, isn't it?
Yep.
Objection.
Sustained.
In other words, Trooper Proctor, to hell with the medical evidence, Karen Reed was going to be charged because that's what you had decided to do, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
I want to change gears for a second and ask you about some electronic data, specifically as it pertains to Jennifer McCabe. You're aware that Jennifer McCabe deleted texts and calls from her phone before she turned it over to you?
Objection.
I'll allow that. Were you aware of that?
I'm not aware of that.
He's changing gears now because that was only first gear, my friends. That was only first gear. We're moving into second now.
Are you aware that there were texts and calls missing from her phone before having that phone turned over to you?
I'm not aware of that.
Did you look at the extraction report, the Sallyport extraction report from her phone?
I have, yes.
And you didn't see the columns marked deleted, 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 deleted?
Yeah, I'm not that area, no.
Didn't he call himself a Sallyport expert in the beginning of the testimony? Am I imagining things? He called himself a Sallyport expert, or that he was well versed in Sallyport, or that he had a lot of. He called himself that.
No, I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Not that area,
Not that area, meaning,
no.
what does that mean? I don't know what you mean by not that area.
I went through the Sallyport report, but clearly I didn't review that tab.
So as you sit here, you're unaware of whether or not multiple texts and multiple phone calls were deleted from her phone that you have in your possession?
Objection.
I'll
No,
allow it.
I'll allow it.
Yeah, I'm not aware right now, sir.
Okay, so he's sitting here today on June 12th of 2024, not knowing to this day that Jen McCabe deleted calls and texts and Google searches from her phone, and he's a Celebrite expert, and he has not followed any news coverage on this case. He's not watched any YouTube shows. He doesn't have his family monitoring Twitter and every single YouTuber out there covering this case. Are you kidding me? I submit to you that that is another lie. So what? To this day, you don't know that that Jen McCabe deleted stuff from her phone before turning it over to you voluntarily, willingly, whatever she said. Wow. Why is this guy risking everything
The
for
case
these
officer.
people? Why?
Do you believe it might be important to find out whether or not that phone appeared to have been manipulated or altered in some way before it was turned over? Wouldn't that be something that you would normally do?
That'd be important.
But you didn't do it with Jim McCabe's phone.
I didn't personally handle that. No.
You gonna throw Guarino under the bus?
Did you ever seize Nicole Albert's phone?
No.
Did you ever seize Brian Albert's phone?
No.
Colin Albert's?
No.
Chris Albert's?
No.
Julie Albert's?
Nope.
No. He's friends with the Alberts. Come on, AJ. He
Were
was
you
friends with
concerned
them.
that if you seized any or all of their phones, especially Colin, Julie, and Chris, that there might be some indicators that you knew them on those phones?
Yeah.
No. That thought never crossed my mind.
You never thought it would come out, though.
But the fact remains, you never sought to seize any of those, did you?
No, I don't.
And you never asked, irrespective of what you saw in the Sallyport report, you never asked Jennifer McCabe whether or not that was a complete and accurate, I should say. Let me ask it a different way. Did you ever ask Jennifer McCabe whether or not she ever altered anything on her phone before turning it in?
I did not. Again, I didn't handle Miss McCabe's phone. I do the cell phone extraction on it.
She didn't hand it over to you?
I want to ask you about
Yep. Didn't she
Another
say she asked permission to delete family conversations before turning it over and they told her it was okay? Yeah, she did testify to that. The text between she and her daughters, including Allie McCabe, who may or may not have picked Colin up at 34 Fairview.
issue concerning a potential conflict of interest. You were well aware that Canton PD was supposed to be, we talked about this at some length, conflicted off the case as of January 29th, 2022, right?
Correct.
And you even put it in that text message, NOCAT, it's total opposite. They have to recuse themselves, BPD. Same with Canton, right?
Yes.
Those are your words on January 29th, right?
Yes.
And you knew that one of the reasons for Canton PD to recuse itself is because of the relationship between the Alberts and one of the detectives on Canton PD, Kevin Albert, right?
Correct.
You knew that Kevin Albert was the primary source of the conflict, correct?
Yes.
And you knew that he, above everybody else, should be completely removed from any contact with the investigation or the investigators, right?
Correct.
Yet when you wanted to coordinate witnesses for interviews in this case, who'd you turn to?
I texted Kevin Albert to see if he could secure a conference room for us to conduct interviews at the station.
The same Kevin Albert to help coordinate these witness interviews, who's the brother of Brian Albert,
Yeah.
right?
Yes.
If you could turn to tab 13, please.
Lucky 13.
Your Honor, for the court's edification, it should be I.
All right, thank you.
Then
Aye. We're all saying that right now. Aye.
Do you have that in front
Aye.
of you, Trooper Proctor?
Yes, I do.
If you'll turn to page 2591. With the court's permission, I'd like to publish.
Okay.
Can you see that on January 30th, 2022, at about 11:55 a.m., Kevin Albert texts you on your personal cell phone, Paul G is reviewing the reports now. Steve Seraph is here if you need to interview him. And we can call Stephen Mullaney in as well.
Wow, this is new information. We didn't know about text messages between Proctor and Kevin Albert, did we? Bomb, ba, ba, bomb, ba, bomb, ba, bomb, bomb, ba, dang, 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 a dang, dang, dang. Kevin Albert says Paul G is reviewing the reports now. The date on this is January 30th. At what time?
End quote. You see that?
Yes.
Who's Paul G?
11:55 a.m. So the day after. Kevin Albert, Ryan Albert's brother, who Kevin Albert's a Canton PD cop, is texting Proctor the deets on the sitch of what's going down at the station. Paul G is reviewing the reports now. Steve Seraph is here. Need to interview him, and we can call Stephen Mullaney in as well. So I don't know, kind of looks to me like they didn't think they were recused. I mean, especially if there's no wall built around the brother of the homeowner at 34 Fairview. This is pretty explosive, my friends. So buckle up.
Lieutenant Paul Gallagher.
So Kevin Albert, a Canton PD officer, and an Albert is texting you about Paul Gallagher, another Canton officer, about interviewing Steve Seraph, another Canton officer, and Steve Mullaney, a second Canton officer, correct?
Correct.
What investigation was Kevin Albert referring to in the text?
The death of John O'Keefe.
This investigation. Right?
Correct.
Did you tell Kevin Albert it's completely inappropriate for him to be involved in this case at all?
I did not.
Did you tell him he shouldn't be having any contact with any of the witnesses, and he shouldn't even be having contact with you? Did you tell him that?
I did not.
What you did write back was, quote, okay, you and I are coming in at 1 to interview a firefighter, Katie, correct?
That's right.
So not only did you tell him that you were engaged in the process of obtaining interviews, you told him the name of the interviewee, right?
Yes.
And you were going to do it at Canton PD, correct?
Correct.
So you're sharing information about the identity of witnesses that you intend to interview with Brian Albert's brother, right?
Yes.
Uh-huh.
Then you asked Kevin Albert to actually contact the witnesses in order to schedule their interviews, didn't you?
Yeah, I believe it was Officer Mullaney and Seraph.
Look at page 2592.
Katie, who said she was an acquaintance with Caitlin Albert, Brian Albert's brother, Kevin Albert's niece.
Kevin Albert texts, okay, so I'll get Mullaney in as well. You interviewing
Not
her
Melanie.
here?
Did you see the closed caption said Melanie, not Mullaney? Look. That's funny.
Kevin Albert texts, okay, so I'll get Mullaney in as well. You interviewing her here? And you respond, yeah, if we can line them up for 1:30 and 2, that would be great, correct?
Yes.
So you were leaving it up to Kevin Albert to contact and coordinate with the witnesses that you intended to interview at Canton PD, correct?
Objection.
Yes.
Correct.
You then answered anytime in the ballpark. Yes, you answered anytime in the ballpark. Then you went on and said from 1:30 on, correct?
Yes.
Kevin Albert then says, okay, sounds good. And then he responds, if you want to interview witnesses in the recorded room here, you're more than welcome. You see that?
I do.
He was referring to an interview room or an interrogation room where there's surreptitious recording devices, correct?
Yes.
That's to help facilitate memorializing interviews that police officers want to take with any witness in a crime, right?
Correct.
That would mean that if you used a recorded room those recordings would be in the hands of which agency?
That's why we did not use that recorded room.
Okay, are we grasping the importance of what's happening here, chat? Kevin Albert, the brother of the homeowner, Brian Albert, Kevin Albert's Canton cop, Brian Albert is Boston PD. Officer John O'Keefe was found on Brian Albert's lawn at 34 Fairview. The brother of the homeowner is now coordinating interviews for this guy, Proctor, when they're supposed to be conflicted out of the case because of his brotherly relationship with Brian Albert. And now he's got we didn't know how involved Kevin Albert was in this, right? This is all new information, right? We did not know that Kevin Albert had his hands in this until right now, as far as I'm concerned, right? New information. Kevin Albert sets up the conference room for them to use at Canton PD, which has recording devices in it, so that these interviews can be recorded, which, I would submit to you as proper procedure in police investigations. And now this witness is now telling you that's why we didn't record it, because then Canton PD would have had those recordings and that wouldn't have been proper. But it's not improper that Kevin Albert, Brian Albert's brother, was setting up these interviews for you. Are you kidding me? Okay.
But he offered, didn't he? It's recorded room.
Listen,
That would mean that if you used a recorded room, those recordings would be in the hands of which agency?
That's why we did not use that recorded room.
But he offered, didn't he?
He offered, we did not use it.
Did you see that as a problem?
That he offered?
Yeah.
No, I don't, sir.
You see that as a problem because he might, I don't know, take some of those interviews and forward them to his brother?
Objection.
Sustain, you can ask it differently,
Or-
Mr. Jackson.
Were you concerned that Kevin Albert was offering to utilize Canton's recording programs facility in order to get access to what the witnesses were saying so that he could then forward that or tell his brother?
No,
Never crossed your mind.
never.
you're the worst detective ever. Hand in your gun and your badge now. Put your gun and your badge right in front of you now. Hand it over. You suck. You are the worst detective in the history of the world. Hand it over. Didn't even cross your mind, dude. How about this? How about you don't conduct the interviews at Canton PD? How about you conduct the interviews in Milton or wherever the hell your office is at the Norfolk County DA's office in a recorded room? How about that? Did that ever cross your mind? Because you're the worst detective ever. I am outraged. We demand your badge and gun. We had no idea that Kevin Albert was involved in this until today. I was today years old when I found out that Kevin Albert was behind the scenes orchestrating these interviews with Katie McLaughlin, who may or may not be acquaintances with Caitlin Albert, who is sitting next to her in a hot tub and has her arms around her at the beach. No.
Well, if it never crossed your mind, why didn't you go ahead and use the recording you were?
Typically don't record our interviews.
Really?
That's not what you said a second ago. You said the reason we didn't use the recording room was because of the obvious possibility that Kevin Albert and Canton PD could have access to the recordings.
That's
Objection.
right. That's what he said.
Didn't you say that's why we didn't use it? That
No,
was your answer, right?
no,
He did say that. Do you
What
want me
did
to
you say?
rewind it?
that we didn't use it.
Don't gaslight me.
When I
You
said-
SOB. Don't you dare gaslight
If
me, you
you-
SOB. I don't want to blow your ears out here, but that is exactly what he just said. That's why we didn't use that room, because it's a recorded room and we didn't want Canton PD to have it, to have access to the recording. What he can't remember his lies from 1 second to the next. There's a song on the playlist by Henry Rollins called Liar. I suggest you listen to that at some point today. It's a long version. I couldn't find a recorded version. This one's a live version. It's like eight minutes long, but he talks throughout this song about what a liar he is and you can't believe anything I say. Anybody know that song? He can't remember his lie from 30 seconds ago.
Made a recording, it would be in the hands of which agency? Obviously Canton PD. And your answer was, that's why we didn't use the recorded room, right?
No, I don't recall saying that's why we didn't use the room.
You just said it, Trooper Proctor. I mean, it's been 10 minutes. It's been 4 minutes.
No.
You don't remember that?
Not specifically stated like that.
All right, let me ask you a different way. If you weren't concerned that the interviews could be compromised by Canton PD and Kevin Albert, why didn't you just use the room? It was offered up.
Again, typically we don't record interviews.
Really, that's so funny because you know what? I don't know, when Chris Albert was arrested all those years ago in the 90s, I think, for leaving the scene of a drunk driving accident and killing a guy. That interview was recorded, although now that I think it may have been in Rhode Island, but you don't record interviews as a matter of course, but you did record Lucky's interview, didn't you? You recorded Lucky's interview, but only like the first 2 minutes of that interview had anything to do with John O'Keefe's murder. The rest of that interview had to do with Aiden Carney, right? So that's the one that you chose to record, but you typically don't record. Okay.
With a cooperating witness, we just sit down with them, take notes. If it's someone we
Notes.
deem necessary, they actually have a recording of, then we'll pursue that option.
Trooper Proctor, after you knew that Canton Police Department was conflicted off the case, you continued to have a very close relationship with yet another Albert, Kevin Albert, correct?
We worked on a cold case together.
So you did have a close personal and professional relationship with Kevin Albert, didn't you?
I'd say it was a professional relationship.
Only a professional relationship?
Him and I were members at a gym together, and we worked a cold case
worked
together
out
for
together.
several months,
Drinking, socializing, maybe?
once in a while.
Right. So it went beyond professional, right?
Yeah, acquaintances.
Oh, acquaintances, taking a word out of the Katie McLaughlin playbook. Acquaintances. How many times have people said acquaintances during the course of their testimony? I wasn't just, I think, did he say it again the other day too? But you know, okay, acquaintances.
On several occasions, yes.
Socializing acquaintances, right?
On several occasions.
So when you told the jury a few minutes ago that you were aware of and knew of, but didn't have relationships with 3 Alberts, Julie, Chris, and Colin.
Yeah. You forgot about
Quite
Kevin.
true, is it?
Objection.
Sustained.
There's a 4th Albert out there, isn't there?
Oh.
Yeah. Right?
Yes.
Mic drop.
So you
Mic
can tell us
drop.
about that one.
He looks at the jury and says, yes. He left out Kevin Albert. He said he only knew, he didn't have a relationship, but he only knew Julie Albert, Chris Albert, and Colin Albert. Never mentions Kevin until just now. Mic drop moment as he looked at the jury. Where is his lawyer? Wow.
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Correct?
I don't consider that a relationship. It's
Well, let's look at that.
You went to the gym with him?
5 months into this investigation, in July of 2022, you were actually continuing to socialize with Kevin Albert, weren't you?
yes.
On July 19th, 2022, you and Kevin Albert went out drinking together, didn't you?
Wow. Been drinking with Kevin Albert since the case started, but he forgot to mention him when he said about the Alberts
Proctor,
that
I'm not
he
asking
knew.
to look for anything in the binder at this point. I'm asking for your memory.
I don't recall that.
You don't recall the date, or you don't recall,
July 19th, 2022.
you don't recall the drinking?
The date itself, sir.
Why don't we turn to
Because now details are
tab
important.
13.
Yes, sir.
Do I have a number or a letter?
We're still in tab 13,
Oh, judge is paying attention now. She's
All right. So what page, Mr. Jackson?
page 2602.
you can
May I?
hide
Yes.
Thank you. Trooper Proctor, you
your
on 2602?
lying eyes.
I am.
The fact of the matter, does that refresh your recollection that on July 19th, 2022, you and Kevin Albert have been out drinking together?
Conflict, bias, you decide. Was it meet me at the hillside? Low comps at the hillside? See you at the hilly?
It does.
In fact, the two of you got so drunk that Kevin Albert left his badge in your cruiser and couldn't find his gun the next morning, right?
Objection.
What?
Overruled.
Overruled.
I can't speak to any level of intoxication, but I don't recall either of us being intoxicated.
Kevin Albert was so drunk when he went out drinking with Michael Proctor in July 19th of 2022 that he lost his badge and didn't know where his gun was. Yes, you heard that correctly. And the judge overruled the objection. And now he doesn't recall either of us being so intoxicated.
Got it. So isn't it true that at 7/20, July 20th, 2022, the day after at 8:39 in the morning, you texted Kevin Albert, quote, found your badge in my cruiser this morning, end quote, correct?
Yes.
Then you texted him, I can leave it in my locker at the gym, drop it off at your station, or leave it in my mailbox, correct?
Correct.
Kevin Albert responds, my mailbox. Did I take my gun? And then included a wince face emoji, correct?
Correct.
So the fact of the matter is, you two got so drunk that he couldn't find his badge and had to ask you the next morning where his gun was, right?
Hello? Anyone?
Again, I can't speak to any level of intoxication, whether he just forgot it. I don't
I'm
know.
not asking you about his BAC, Trooper Proctor. I'm asking, have you seen drunk people before?
Yes.
You've been drunk before.
Yes, I have, sir.
We've all been drunk before, right?
Yes.
Was he drunk? Were you drunk that night?
I don't recall. It was a long time ago.
But he left his badge in your cruiser after a night of drinking. Isn't that right?
Yes.
Which means you were drinking and driving in your cruiser.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Right?
From what I remember, we were down the Cape working on the cold case together and stopped for dinner, had a few beers, and then dropped him off.
Did you go to the judge's house at the Cape? Or the McCabe house at the Cape? Or
The next morning, Kevin Albert also texted you at page 2606.
and he also knows where his mailbox is because he says drop it in my mailbox. Or did Kevin Albert
Starting with it's bad. Tell me when you see that.
Kevin Albert cozy up to him because he wanted his thumb in this
Okay, I see it.
investigation?
Never may publish.
I wonder if Kevin Albert's going to be in trouble.
Yes.
2606.
Wow. Yeah. And lucky we trust. He's really wishing he pled the fifth now.
Kevin
This-
Albert responded, it's bad, exclamation point, exclamation point. I was hungover for sure today, exclamation point, exclamation point. Couple tonight to make me feel good, end quote. Correct?
Correct.
the hair of the dog.
You can take that down. Does that refresh your recollection that the two of you have been out drinking the night before? He got so drunk that he couldn't find his badge and he couldn't even find his gun.
Yes, it does refresh my memory.
Right.
The chat is saying he said put the gun in the. I thought he said put the badge in the mailbox. I don't think that he found the gun, but he said I found your badge. You know what should I do with it? Should I leave it in your locker at the gym or your mailbox? He said leave it in my mailbox. I don't know that he said he found the gun in his car. Correct me if I'm wrong. Megan, thank you so much for your $50 super chat. Says the jury should stand in unity and say stop this now. This is so outrageous. We are outraged. Free Karen Reed. Justice for John O'Keefe. Megan, thank you so much for your generosity and for your very, very accurate words. It was just the badge,
You were
right?
in
That's
your
what I thought.
cruiser. Right?
Yes, sir.
And this is with Brian Albert's brother, Trooper Proctor.
Correct.
Yeah, just take a
I'm
breath.
going to change gears, Trooper
AJ?
Proctor. You personally collected John O'Keefe's clothes from the hospital at Good Sam in Brockton, did you not?
I did.
I'd like to
Moving into third gear. If you're paying attention, keeping track, keeping score. This will be the third level of humiliation for Trooper Michael Proctor.
at the time you were at Good Sam, you actually had the opportunity, you had the occasion to see Mr. O'Keefe in the hospital, correct?
Yes.
You also had the occasion to see his clothing in the hospital, correct?
Yes.
That's the clothing that you ultimately gathered, is that right?
Correct.
May I approach you?
Yes.
If you could take a look at that.
Mm-hmm.
Tell me if you recognize it.
I do.
That photograph of you, I'm sorry, it's not of you, but do you see your legs in that photograph?
Yes,
Okay, and you also see the legs of Mr. O'Keefe on the hospital gurney, correct?
I do.
And you see a pile of clothes there?
Correct.
Donna, if I can have this marked and admitted.
Objection?
No, Your Honor.
Okay.
I want to know if he's wearing his socks in that picture because his socks were never collected,
568.
as far as we know.
Thank you.
Oh, Fairy Raven, you're going to
Thank you.
order out dinner tonight. I don't know if you have DoorDash or something in Ireland, but you're not making dinner through this. There's 3 more gears left. Oh, yeah, Nina. We're here for it. This has been a long time coming, my friends. This has been almost 2.5 years of torture for Karen Reed, having to, knowing all of this from the time that they turned over these federal documents to the defense. We were at that hearing together. We watched it together.
May I inquire?
Yes.
Thank you. Request the court's permission to publish.
Okay.
Do you see this? Do you see the photograph in front of you? Is that the same photograph that's been published up on the television screen?
Yes, sir.
Directing your attention to the leftmost portion of the photograph, do you see the clothes? First, the clothes on the ground.
I do. Yes.
Okay, that appears to be what? What items or articles of clothing do you see?
The T-shirt, possibly the jeans.
Gray shirt as well.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay, and those are your legs to the uppermost part of the screen, correct?
I believe.
In the blue pants.
Yes.
And do you see to the leftmost portion of the screen a chair?
I do.
You see what's on that chair?
My binder.
That's your portfolio?
It is.
Okay. That's something that you carry routinely as you're investigating during the course of your investigations?
Yes.
You keep
Socks.
notes and things of that nature?
Yes.
Pens, paper?
Correct.
We can take that down.
He was wearing black socks in that photo. The socks were on John O'Keefe's feet, and they were not hospital issue socks. Those
You
were
indicated
socks
that
with a
you-
logo on them.
Took possession of those clothing items from Good Samaritan Hospital, correct? You bagged them? Bagged, B-A-G-G-E-D, bagged them? correct?
Yes.
And then what did you do with them after that?
We secured them in Sergeant Buchanan's pickup truck.
And then what happened to them after they were secured in his pickup truck?
We traveled to Dighton to Mr. Reed's house.
Once you ultimately got back, I don't want to have to take you through the entire, everybody knows where you went.
Okay.
Sergeant Buchanan's already testified. You get back to Canton at some point, correct?
Yes,
Ultimately, were the clothes transported into your facility
yes,
at the DA's office?
correct.
Okay. What did you do with them after that?
We brought them to the evidence
I'm
processing.
going to ask you what you did, not what we did, what you did.
Mhm.
Sergeant Buchanan and I brought them to the evidence processing area, laid out butcher paper so the clothes could dry, put them on there in that area. And then I brought 2 cell phones to Trooper Garino so he could try to attempt to extract the phones.
Oh,
Did you-
so you had possessions of those cell phones all day? Well, at least John O'Keefe's you had all day with you, right? At what point were you given John O'Keefe's cell phone? Because I don't think we've heard about that yet.
What did you do with the clothing after it was dried out?
So the next day, Trooper DeChico arrived and brought them into the permanent evidence area where only him and another trooper in my office have access to. So they were secured from that at that point.
So you didn't book them into evidence?
I did not know.
When they're booked into evidence, there's supposed to be a log of that, correct?
I'm sorry?
There's supposed to be a log of that
Hmm.
when they're booked into evidence,
It's called
correct?
an evidence
Yes.
log. Mhm.
You're the case officer on the case. One of your responsibilities is to make sure that chain of custody is maintained throughout the entirety of the investigation, all the way up to a courtroom, correct?
Yes.
Where's the log of those items being booked into evidence?
There was a chain of custody from when they entered the DA's office, and then when Trooper DeChico created a label for them, but also put them in a secure facility.
Can you show me where that is? Can you
I'm not the evidence officer. I don't have that.
I see. So you didn't bring a log with you of any sort concerning the chain of custody of these items, correct?
No.
As a matter of fact, the reason you didn't bring that chain of custody log is because none exists. Isn't that right?
Objection.
Sustained, ask it differently.
Does a physical log exist starting from January 29th, 2022 to today?
Yes.
Where's that physical log, sir?
Who?
He's frozen.
I'm not an evidence officer, so I don't know how that. Yeah. So I don't know how that's generated.
You're just the case
So, as a
officer.
case officer, you have no idea where an evidence log is that has something as insignificant as, I don't know, the victim's clothing.
Objection.
Sustained.
Sustained
Fact
what,
of
for
the matter
sarcasm?
is, the evidence log attendant to this case regarding those clothing items starts on March 14th when they were taken to the crime lab, correct?
That's when the clothing was transported to the lab.
And that's the only log we have of what happened to those clothes between January 29th and today.
Objection.
Overruled. Do you know that?
I don't. I'm not off the top of my head, ma'am.
He's the case
I
manager.
want to talk for a second about the searches in Brian Albert's front lawn that took place on and after.
Before he switches into the next gear, which he didn't tell us he was going to. I think before he gets it into fourth gear, he's going to tell us, but there is no physical evidence log with regard to John O'Keefe's clothing between March 29th of 2022 and January 29th of 2022 and March 14th of 2022. Now he's going to play dumb, even though he's the case officer, lead investigator. I don't know. His title keeps changing. He was a facilitator, coordinating interviews with Kevin Albert. There is no physical log for the evidence for the chain of custody of Officer John O'Keefe's clothing between January 29th and March 14th of 2022.
After January 29th, 2022. As the case officer, Trooper Proctor, you also took control of the taillight pieces that were ultimately claimed to have been found at that location, correct?
Not in all searches.
What? I'm sorry, what?
Which of the pieces that were found were you responsible for taking control over?
The 8th, 11th, and 18th.
So who had control over the items that were found before the 8th? You said the 8th, 11th, and 18th, right?
Those are items that I had found on those days and that I had processed and essentially bagged and tagged them and handed them over to our evidence officer. There was multiple days that troopers were out there looking for more evidence.
So there would be a log of that too, right?
Again, how the system works as far as the evidence comes in, I can't speak to that.
You don't know how that system works, but you know how the system of, friendly handshakes works, right? You know how that system works. You know how the backdoor system works, but you don't know how the actual evidence system works. Okay? You're still the worst detective ever.
So you have no idea what the chain of custody of any of these items are, the clothing or the taillight material from January 29th until March 14th, when the evidence log starts. Is that what you're saying?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
There is a log. I mean, it's in our system where
Sigh
labels are
emojis.
created, and it generates the time and date that a label's created, and then it shows that it's at our office in a secured facility, and then it was brought to the lab on the 14th.
What happens if the label is created and it says something like, I don't know, February 4th? What happened to the items before February 4th?
They were stored in a secured facility, or a secured room.
Says who?
Right.
Where's the log?
Objection.
You made a label.
Christine.
Evidence of
Is there
nothing.
a log of that?
Not to my knowledge.
Not to your knowledge. There's no log. It's just you make a label. Guys, I'm beside myself. This is skeevy. We've
You
reached
were responsible for seizing
skeevy
Miss
level.
Reed's car, correct?
Yes.
And you originally claimed that that seizure took place at 5:30 p.m. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay, hold on, because now we're moving on to the seizure of the car. Okay, so I'm just going to take it back so we can start fresh with a new level of skeeve. Here we go.
For seizing Miss. You were responsible for seizing Miss Reed's car, correct?
Yes.
And you originally claimed that that seizure took place at 5:30 p.m. Is that right?
Correct.
You signed numerous affidavits under oath, claiming that you did not seize Miss Reed's vehicle until 5:30 p.m. on January 29, 2022, right?
Correct.
At the time that you seized Miss Reed's vehicle, you were unaware that there was alarm.com surveillance footage of the area from which the car was seized, correct?
Correct.
Yeah. Yeah.
The fact of the matter is, that was false. The car was not seized at 5:30, was it?
4:16 p.m.
Oh,
Right.
you lied.
Hour and change, an hour and 18 minutes, hour and 20 minutes earlier. Is that right?
Yes.
Did you ever seek to change or amend the error, the false statement about the time
So
the car was seized in any of those documents that you filed under oath?
when I incorrectly transcribed the times, it was on the first affidavit I had written.
Mm-hmm.
And then as I continued to write other search warrants, I used that as a template. So I
Oh.
never caught it on the first one. And that's the reason those times are off on the other affidavits I had wrote.
So these are just scratch and sniff affidavits. Is that what you're saying? Proctor, scratch and sniff. It wasn't me. Shaggy defense. It wasn't me. Scratch and sniff. I used it as a template to lie under oath. Oh my, look at this. My pause game is on point. Let me just get those words off so I can have that later as a screenshot. Okay. Scratch and sniff it is.
So the first one was false, and then every single one after that was false too.
There was just an incorrect
Not important.
transcription of time.
An incorrect transcription of the time. You could
Yes.
call that, I don't know, a Scrivener's error?
Objection.
Yeah.
Ask it differently.
Lally used it in all his pleadings. Scrivener's error.
Is it a typo?
Yes.
It was a typo. So you got the 4 wrong, you got the 1 wrong, and you got the 6 wrong. And those turned into 5 and 3 and 0, right?
They were typos, sir.
Okay.
Typos. Not Scrivener's error. Now they're typos.
Fact of the matter is, you delivered that car to Canton PD to the Sallyport garage before a single piece of taillight material was ever found in this case.
I pointed
For
that out
Proctor.
this
Is that correct?
Correct. It arrives at 5:31.
Mm-hmm. Oh, but we should believe that time?
And you also towed it to the Canton Police Department because that was conveniently close to the location at 34 Fairview, to the crime scene, right?
That was not my decision.
Whose decision was it?
I don't recall. I know that
Well, you're the case officer.
I wouldn't.
Who decides?
It wasn't my decision. I did not make that call, sir.
It's
So
collaborative.
who are we pointing the finger at?
Kevin Albert?
Was it Sergeant Buchanan?
Objection.
Ask it differently, Mr.
Sure.
Jackson.
Was it Sergeant Buchanan who made that decision to transport it to Canton?
It's a supervisor's decision. I don't know who it came from.
Oh,
Lieutenant Tully?
Again, I don't know who it came from.
So you were just following orders.
Yes.
You are aware that Massachusetts State Police, your agency, actually has not one, but 2 barracks, one in Middleborough, one in Foxborough, that are both closer as crow flies than the Canton PD Sallyport, from where the car was towed, correct?
Mhm.
Yes.
Both of those facilities were passed by, and the car was ultimately placed at Canton PD Sallyport at 5:31 or so, right?
Yes.
And you're aware that that Sallyport is about 3 minutes from 34 Fairview?
yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Ma'am, just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Yeah. Robin, you're right. In the pretrial motions, Lally defended Proctor and said it was daylight savings time. That's why there was a Scrivener's error.
Case officer. Trooper Proctor, you are the lead case officer on this case. That means that you were required to collect and maintain all the videos that were pulled in connection with this investigation, correct?
Correct.
And you obviously are aware of your legal obligation to turn over any and all exculpatory information that you were to come in, that you might come in possession of, correct?
Objection.
That's sustained.
You did pull a lot of video in connection with this case, did you not?
Yes.
About 290 videos from the Ring camera located in the driveway at One Meadows. Does that sound about right? I don't expect you to have counted every single one, but just under 300,
Correct.
a ton of them, right?
Yes.
Another 140 videos or so from the front door Ring camera of that same location, One Meadows, right?
Yes.
9 videos from the Waterfall Bar and Grill.
Yes.
8 videos from the Temple Beth
Yes.
facility. 5 videos from CF McCarthy's.
Yes.
4 dash cam videos.
Correct.
2 videos from Canton Town Library.
Correct.
2 videos from Cassie's Corner Store, right?
Cue the
2
sirens.
videos from the cars test on Miss Reed's vehicle. Is that right?
Yes.
And 2 videos from the location at 34 Fairview where individuals were using leaf blowers.
Correct.
All of those, I did some rough math, 360 odd videos were handed over to the defense in or about June of 2022. Is that your understanding?
Objection.
That's sustained.
They were provided in discovery to the defense ultimately, right?
Okay. Yes.
Does it sound like, I don't expect you to have the date down pat, but spring of 2022, sound about right? Spring, early summer?
Yes.
All right. But there was additional video surveillance footage that you chose to hold back from that discovery, correct?
Objection.
Did you hold back videos?
I did not, Your Honor.
Okay, next question.
There's surveillance video from Canton Police Department's Sallyport garage that wasn't turned over, right?
That video was discovered later on and then handed over.
The first time you revealed the existence of that footage was in that separate proceeding in February of 2024, Isn't that right?
Yes,
You were questioned about it, and you knew you were under oath at the time, correct?
correct.
And that's when you disclosed, yes, there is Sallyport footage, and I've seen it.
The video I was referencing was the exterior Sallyport camera where you can't make out anything.
Well, let's talk about that for a second. The exterior, you said, exterior, outside,
Correct.
meaning the one of the driveway.
Right.
And you say you can't make anything out in that.
There's two different ones. There's the main driveway camera, and then there's this exterior Sallyport camera.
You were asked about this set of videos at that other hearing, right?
Yes. Some,
And you indicated at the time that there was one grainy video, looks sort of mainly black and grainy,
yes.
and another one that showed you and Sergeant Buchanan arriving at Canton PD behind Miss Reed's vehicle on the tow truck. Is that right?
Yes.
You were asked very specifically, are you aware whether there are any cameras in the garage in the Sallyport where Karen Reed's SUV was parked? And your answer was yes, right? In the garage.
Try and weasel your way out of this
Yeah,
one.
I don't recall.
Do you recall being asked that question?
No.
I can repeat it if you wish.
Yeah, please.
Question, are you aware of whether there are any cameras in the garage or Sallyport where Karen Reed's SUV was parked? Answer, yes.
Okay.
And then you answered, have you reviewed the video footage of that garage? Answer, I saw one very grainy video and then another of Sergeant Buchanan and I arriving in the main entrance around 5:30 following the vehicle, period. You remember that answer?
Yes.
That clearly was an answer to the question, did you see video of the interior of the garage, right?
Objection.
Sustained, ask it differently.
Were you answering a question about video inside the garage?
No, I was answering the question about what video I observed, and it was exterior video that I observed.
Although the answer to the question was cameras in the garage or Sallyport. That
If
was
I-
the question.
If I was aware of any.
And your answer was yes. And then the next question is, have you reviewed the footage? And your answer was, I saw one very grainy video. And then another, Sergeant Buchanan and I arriving in the main entrance around 5:30 following the vehicle, right? That
And
was your
those-
testimony.
Yeah, those two videos I'm referring to are the exterior of the building.
Question, when did you watch the video from the Sallyport? Answer, I haven't reviewed it, sir, in quite some time, so I can't recall what's on there. End quote. Do you remember that?
Yes.
So obviously at the time in February of 2024, you had had that video surveillance, you had had that footage for so long that you couldn't remember exactly what was on it because it had been, quote, quite some time, right?
The exterior Sallyport camera.
Except you weren't asked about the exterior. You were asked, question, when did you watch the video from the Sallyport? Right? That was the question.
Well, that was the video we had, so that was how I referenced it. That was the exterior Sallyport video.
Why didn't you say to the person that was questioning you under oath, I don't know anything about video inside the Sallyport. I'm referring to outside the building. Why didn't you say that and clarify it?
Yeah, I should have clarified it, sir.
Because you'll agree, it sounds a hell of a lot like, an awful lot like, you're talking about what's inside the Sallyport, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
The next question you were asked, why did you review the video of the Sallyport? Answer, we review every video we pull, and we pull a lot of video. End quote. Do you remember that?
I do.
Not one word in that testimony. Not one word says exterior, does it?
No, it does not.
You testified that you had obtained and reviewed the Sallyport garage video so long ago that you literally couldn't even remember what was on it, right?
Correct.
You did know, however, that if you had video at the Sallyport, it would clearly show that Miss Reed's vehicle arrived 5:30, 5:31, right? You knew that, correct?
Yes, from the driveway camera.
But you withheld that video out of 360 odd videos that you turned over. You withheld that one and never mentioned it until February of 2024, correct?
Objection.
Is that true?
I'm not aware of that, withholding that.
Semantics.
On April 4th, 2024, it's getting late. On April 4th, 2024, you turned over one video from the interior of the Sallyport garage, correct?
Yes, sir.
The interior, not the exterior, right?
Correct.
And that, remarkably enough, was a grainy video, right?
Yes.
And that video is missing the precise time that that vehicle was delivered to the Sallyport, correct?
Objection.
Was it? I'll allow it.
I don't recall.
It's missing 42 minutes at the beginning, and it jumps from 5:08 p.m. to 5:50 p.m., correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Have you reviewed the video?
Yes.
Did you see that the timestamp jumps from 5:08 to 5:50?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you not notice it?
I'll see it sidebar if you want.
Okay.
Yeah, please. Wow. He knows there's 42 minutes missing from that video.
Yes.
Thank you. You've reviewed the video, the grainy video, correct?
Yes.
And that's from a camera perspective that would show, or that does show, the right rear area of the SUV after it's pulled in, correct?
Yes.
Did you note that the time jumps from 5:08 to about 5:50 at the beginning of the video?
Yeah, I observed a jump in video.
And that was about 42 minutes, correct?
Approximately, yes.
You're aware that there's another video from the interior of that Sallyport as well, correct?
Yes.
And you're also aware that, by the way, did you secure that video, the second one? Let me ask you a predicate question because it's a little confusing. The second video from the interior of the Sallyport is inverted, correct?
Yes.
You're now aware of that.
I am.
Did you recover that video?
I did not.
Who did?
I believe
Wasn't
Detective
me.
Lieutenant Tully received that from the Canton Police Chief.
Rafferty?
I believe so.
Oh,
Who asked for it?
I'm not sure, sir. That
You
was.
didn't make the request?
I did not.
How did you become aware that a request had been made?
I was made aware that video had essentially existed from the interior Sallyport area.
By whom?
name names.
I was probably informed by Detective Lieutenant Tully.
Probably.
So Lieutenant Tully tells you that a second video exists, correct?
Interior Sallyport cameras, yes.
When did he tell you that?
I don't recall.
Was it weeks ago or years ago?
That was more recent than, maybe months ago, a month ago.
Matter of fact, it was after the trial had already started, mid-April, correct?
Yeah.
I don't recall. I thought it was before.
If it was
Oh.
before, was it weeks before, days before?
I don't recall.
I'm just trying to pin down, are we talking about 6 months ago or are we talking about 6 weeks ago?
It wasn't, yeah, it wasn't 6 months ago.
Okay, so a few weeks ago, you were told about the second video from Lieutenant Tully, right?
Yes.
Did he tell you he had already seen it?
I'm sure he watched it.
Did he tell you he needed you to go get it?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
Mm-hmm.
No.
Okay, so when was the first time you saw it?
A few weeks ago, month ago,
What were the circumstances in which you saw that video?
just reviewing the video
Where?
at my desk.
So you pulled it, pardon me, you had access to the video. It
Yes.
was on your system somehow.
It was on thumb drives and a disk.
Mm.
You put that in your computer and just decided on your own to watch it, correct?
Yes.
And what did you notice?
One of the SUV being brought into the garage,
You're in the video, right? That's you toward the back of the truck.
Yep, I'm in the video. Some Canton PD members there as well. Tow truck guy drops the vehicle off. He's in the front driver's seat. Exits. Sergeant Mechanic's there. I believe Chief Berkowitz, the retired police chief.
He's looking
Where
for the
is he?
jury.
He's kind of like mulling around the area. I feel like he was towards like the back open garage gate there.
The back
Towards like the
of the
rear.
vehicle.
Yeah.
Where you
Mulling
were.
around.
Yes.
Was he the person, did you note that there were certain individuals that just seemed to apparate out of nowhere, just appear?
Yes, there was one individual in like the top left corner of the video pushing a broom that kind of just appeared.
And also toward the back of the vehicle, somebody just, while you were at the back of the vehicle, just sort of appeared and walked out of Sallyport, correct?
Yes.
And was that Chief Berkowitz?
Yeah, it looks like him, yes.
Okay. So you and Chief Berkowitz are both toward the rear of the vehicle. He just apparates out of thin air because the video is missing some footage, correct?
It appears that way,
And you're
or it
holding
skips.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
It skips. I don't know that system at all. So
Okay, and you're holding what appears to be that same black portfolio that we saw in the hospital.
yes.
So, anything else you noticed that was odd about the video? Other than the time skips?
Berkowitz was out on medical leave at the time. Think hard.
So the timestamp on the bottom was inversed. Was it reversed?
I beg your pardon?
Yeah, the timestamp on the bottom of it was backwards.
Really?
Was it
This is
blue?
new.
So instead of reading left to right, it was right to left.
Understand.
Okay. I
Was it blue?
believe it was yellow.
The timestamp was backwards, but the video was not.
Just a moment, Ron.
Yes.
It was yellow.
So the video you saw had a timestamp that was inverted, correct?
Yes.
How about the video itself? Is that inverted?
No, from the video I saw, the way the vehicle was brought in relation to the garage and the doors into the PD, it wasn't reversed or inverted.
It
Wasn't.
was or was not?
Was not.
So as you saw the video, the portion of the vehicle that purported to be the passenger side was in fact the passenger side, and the vehicle, the side of the vehicle that purported to be the driver's side was in fact the driver's side.
Yes. So I reviewed video yesterday just to
Yesterday.
rewatch it, and the one that I watched had the correct angle. It wasn't reversed. The car was brought in. Tow truck driver gets out from the driver's side. It wasn't reversed. The only thing reversed on it was like the timestamp on the bottom.
Well, were you watching video that was produced in this trial?
Yes.
So were you aware that the defense presented a piece of evidence?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Oh, yeah. You better.
Thank you. Were you aware that the defense presented a piece of evidence where we inverted the video back to the correct,
No, it's not.
and that timestamp was inverted?
I was not aware of that.
When did you watch that that video?
Just the other day, I was reviewing it.
Mr. Jackson, we'll take our lunch and break.
Oh.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you.
We're going to take our lunch break.
Why don't we do 45 minutes?
Coming back when?
You are muted.
We're a little bit behind. Did they say what time they're coming back? He said he watched it yesterday. We have to watch this. Everybody needs a break. Breathe. Everyone breathe. It's been a really good day, Karen. Try and breathe.
I think I'm
Coming back at 1:45 Eastern. All right, fan is up. We're going to stop sharing that. Wow. Just wow. Nina, thanks for the super chat. Looking only at the evidence, I see two things. Statement from the EMT Karen saying I hit him, and taillight pieces at the scene, both questionable. I'm with you. Ash P, thank you for your super chat. As a Black woman, not sure if he is worse than Furman, but the same. Having to worry about being pulled over by racist, misogynist police is scary. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. And I only say that he's worse because Furman was 30 years ago, right? And so you think that maybe we've progressed a little bit in 30 years. Maybe it's not, the world is not as horrible as it was 30 years ago, but he's proving us wrong in every way, Ash, in my opinion. Cheryl Kelleher, thank you for your super chat. I don't know when this came in, so I'm sorry, but I don't know what your last statement was. I'm sorry. David, thank you. The power of compounding wasn't supposed to have meaning in regard to white lies. The shovel, keep digging. Right, David. YouTube Turns says Elizabeth Proctor makes Facebook, Instagram, defending Michael Proctor's text messages, makes up lies about her children to cover for bad behavior. I've heard some chatter today about that. I've not seen it. Kathy, thank you so much for your super sticker. Sarah Osborne, thank you. Thank you so much for being such an inspiration to me with continuing my BS in legal studies. I'm maintaining a 4.0 and I credit you for my motivation. Oh, wow. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I'm so happy to be making a positive impact in someone's life, Sarah. Thank you so much. I'm honored and congratulations. A 4.0 in law school is definitely not easy to do, and you're doing an amazing job. So keep up the good work. Amy Lou, get rid of this loser. He did say that. OMG. Yep. Tamara, thank you. Someone in the YouTube verse needs to do a compilation of all the lies Proctor and Buchanan have told in the last 3 days of testimony. I'll bet you anything Aussie Insider is working on it. And if you have not subscribed to Aussie Insider, go do it. You're missing out. She was here in the chat earlier. Christine D, thank you for the super chat rodeo song. You pissed me off by Daniel Denham. Get off the stage, you goddamn goof. You know, piss me off, jerk, get on my nerves. It's I mean, there's so many songs we can add today. I took a list of them. Laura, has Proctor been to CrossFit in Norwood lately? The gym members probably hate him at this point. That is gym. I don't want to dox him, but Amy, thank you so much. Leaving his gun in a mailbox. No, they were talking, I think, just about the badge, but I don't think we've ever determined if he ever found his gun or where that was. Let me get this off because I am certainly not Michael Proctor today or ever, actually. Megan, thank you so much for $50 super chat. We looked at this earlier. The jury should stand in unity and say, stop this now. This is so outrageous. Agreed. Nina, thanks to the feds supporting Karen. I don't want to know what would have happened without them. I don't either, Nina. Thank you, Charlie Lynn, for gifting a membership. You're always gifting. Thank you so much. Amy says this guy's got to go to prison for all this. Maybe he has a plea deal and testifying was part of it. I don't know. Rassler's mom says, I never want this cross to end. AJ letting the world know how horrible these cops are. Thank you, Rassler's mom, for always being here. Kamala Norris, thank you. Says Melanie, you're the best to follow this trial. You've been on it from the beginning. Thank you. Thank you, Kamala, for your super chat. Susan Agnello, thank you so much. You're always in here, always giving. So generous. I'm utterly amazed that a mistrial has not been called yet. How deep does this corruption go? I think we're all wondering. Thank you, Susan. Angel Fire, thank you. Karen, it's your time to laugh at this bozo. Wow. Kathy, thanks for your super chat. How does this unintelligent person make over 200K a year? What a waste, says Kathy. Town Crier, new song. You dropped a bomb on me. I think I had that in there, but maybe it's not on the list yet, but thank you. Sharon, thank you so much for the 10. Such disrespect for Officer O'Keefe and for Karen Reed. Oh, what a tangled web we weave when first we practice to deceive when the walls come tumbling down. Thank you, Sharon. On top, thank you for another super sticker. Prestige Worldwide, thank you so much. My friend, for the 10, what happens if a witness admits to seeing or hearing evidence in a trial while that witness is testifying? Is this grounds for mistrial? He's not supposed to be prepped or to be seeing anything during his testimony. Did he say that he looked at yesterday while he was still under oath? That's really interesting. I don't know what the Massachusetts rules say about that, but we'll dig a little deeper into that. I don't think we want a mistrial. I don't think the defense wants a mistrial at this point. I think they want an outright acquittal and an outright dismissal, because unless it was a dismissal because of Commonwealth misconduct, that's a great question. It's a great question, and I'm not familiar enough with the rules of Massachusetts to give you an answer right now. Thomas, bring me a shrubbery. This is insane. Yeah. Monty Python reference. I get it. See what you did there. Thank you for that. Melly, thanks for gifting a membership and thanks for coming in. One of the great moderators of Vinnie Politan's channel. Milton Smith, thank you. Do you think MSP FBI is waiting to discipline MP Michael Proctor until after Brian Walsh's trial? How would that affect the Brian Walsh trial? That investigation seems solid. Well, sure, they're just going to call him a case investigator on that one too at this point, right? Private info, thank you so much for the $50 super chat. That is so generous. As a 20-year lifelong Massachusetts resident, I can attest to the fact that most Massachusetts police, especially stadies, are arrogant, bullying, demeaning, entitled a-holes. Thank you for your opinion there. And a lot of people feel the same, although I'm not going to badmouth all cops. Just like in any profession, there are also good police, good priests, good lawyers, good doctors, and there are also bad ones in any category. But thank you so much. Aaron Wilcuts, thank you for your super sticker, and Angel Fire, thank you for gifting a membership. This is mind-numbing today, my friends. This is really mind-numbing. Tumbling Dice, that's a great one. That's a great one too. Aaron, I'm a fool to do your dirty work. I think I put that in there. Dirty work's in there. Thanks, Aaron, for your Venmo. Evidence log, right? Let's say Boston Police Department wasn't recused and someone from Boston Police Department wanted to see the clothes. They would need to go to a log to see if they're located. 100%, Aaron. 100%. 100%. Helene, thank you for your Venmo. Says, as a lawyer, what advice would you give women, and I suppose anyone, for dealing with law enforcement to protect ourselves from the bad eggs like Proctor? Listen, ladies, if you get pulled over by someone who claims to be a plainclothes police officer in a vehicle that's not a police vehicle, do not pull over and call 911 immediately, because there's been a lot of that going on too. Scott, if you're like somewhere in the chat, maybe you can chime in on that in the afternoon stream. Any advice that you would give to any women out there dealing with law enforcement? And also, do not speak to law enforcement without an attorney present, ever. Anything you use can and will be held against you. Mike, thank you for your memo. How long after the not guilty finding will it take our governor to appoint a special prosecutor? That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. I don't know much about your governor, Massachusetts. I'm a New Yorker, as you know. Anne, thank you for the Venmo. Says, I love your show. You and Mark had an awesome show on Monday. Any plan to have Mark on again? Mark has an open invitation, Mark Betterow, to come on whenever he would like. And he knows that, but he works, you know. I'm retired. He's not. Sharon, thank you so much. We are the champions. Queen, yes. Says Cheryl. And Jenna, thank you so much for your Venmo. Thanks for all you do. She says, I'm local here in Massachusetts. This is terrible. Okay, hang on. We have a new filing, and this is the curriculum vitae of Dr. Russell. So we can take a look at that later if you would so like us to do that. I'm going to right now schedule our afternoon stream so that we can teleport over there in a few moments. I find it's easier for people on the replay to watch two streams instead of just continuing on with one. Talk amongst yourselves for a second. I think we all need a little break to breathe. What day is it? Day 23? And we'll come back for that one at 1. $140. Michael Martin, thank you for the 5. Viewing evidence mid-testimony, could we cure that with some sort of adverse inference instruction? Maybe. Depends on if it's newly discovered, but according under the Massachusetts rules, I don't know. But again, they turned over this Sallyport video that Proctor says was not inverted when he looked at it. Only the timestamp was inverted just yesterday. And we know from the questioning that Alan Jackson has told us that this Sallyport video, the inverted one, wasn't even turned over until after jury selection started on something like April 24th. And then we learned that it was not retrieved by Proctor, but Chief Rafferty gave it to Tully. I think Tully is up next on the witness list. So that's what I hear. Thanks, Mrs. Bucket, for your super sticker. Kathleen says, Action Jack, action. That's a tongue twister, girl. Action Jackson. Go get him. Crack him. Thank you for thanking me for everything that I do. And thank you all for watching, because you guys rock. You 100% rock. Let's just get in here and customize this, and we're gonna teleport on over to the afternoon stream in a second, and everyone will take a breath and go stretch your legs and come back at about 1:40. Just let me set up the teleportation so that we can do that. Okay. Thank you. All right, my friends. Thank you to my moderators, and we're going to give everyone a break, including my moderators who work so hard to keep this chat classy, as always. Love you all, and I will see you teleported over to the afternoon stream, which will begin around 1:40, 1:45. So go take yourselves a 15-minute break and a much needed run around your house or block or wherever it is that you may live. And I will see you over there. Safe travels, my friends. Let me know in the chat that you got there okay. This is explosive. You don't want to miss a thing. So head on over. We'll be right back after we all go get a drink and some lunch. I'll see you there. Safe travels.